deepest wound that I've known. I've let it go. I've let it go. The deepest wound that I've known. I've let it go. I've let it go. The deepest wound that I've known. I've let it go. I've let it go. The deepest wound that I've known. I've let it go. 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 Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I can't.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? What is up, my dudes? Lovely trash in the corner. I didn't, you know, it's fine. I'll just leave it there. Sometimes I think I like cleaned up my room and then I'll like realize I didn't and I missed some things and I'm like, oh fuck. It's fine though. So yeah, hi, we're back. We're done with Rust. Rust is over. Kingdoms is over. Even though the server is still technically up, pretty much everyone's done playing. I sat down for a bit last night. I didn't stream it because I don't know. I was still not feeling very well yesterday. I got sick like 4 days ago with a fever, and I've just been sleeping a lot and, you know, eating soup, being sick, watching movies, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm feeling better today, which is why I'm streaming. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still just a little bit sick, I can tell, but I definitely notice like I'm feeling a lot better than I did a day or two ago. You play often? Rust? No. The last time I played Rust was the last Rust server. I'm always willing to play like RP Rust servers, but I'm not a fan of Rust like vanilla. Like vanilla has always been just too hostile for me. Like I just don't really like hostile Rust. I'm not, and I'm not trying to like say it's bad or anything. It's just like, it's not me, you know? Like me personally, I get too attached to all my stuff and like, I don't know, I get upset. Like I can't help but feel a little bit upset when I get killed, you know? Like, and I don't like that feeling. So that's usually why I don't play Rust. And then also, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those games that's very, very hard to stream on top of that, because like you have to like hide your map, and you have to change your name, and even then you still get like stream sniped like crazy. So those two things on top of each other have really kept me away from playing Rust outside of the OTV Abe situation. But yeah, that's mostly why. Like, if I ever were to play Rust like vanilla, I probably wouldn't even bother streaming it because of how annoying it is to get stream sniped. Like, I would just not even want to deal with that. I would only like do like a private server where I know I'm not gonna get sniped or whatever. Or just, you know, murdered in cold blood by some random stranger. But anyway, what we are probably maybe going to be playing tonight, if I don't get carried away with the reacts and I have extra time, we might be playing some Assassin's Creed. So Assassin's Creed is going to be coming out with a new game in November, and I know that's a really long time away, but I haven't played like any of the Assassin's Creeds besides like maybe Black Flag, and then the rest of them I've never experienced before, and I really like playing games I've never played before. So I'm gonna be playing some Assassin's Creed. Is it the Valhalla one? I'm gonna be playing Valhalla, but I'm not starting with Valhalla. I'm actually gonna be starting with Origins. We're gonna do Origins, and then what else? I don't think I'm gonna do 1 through 3. I don't know. Maybe I will if I change my mind, but I'm supposed to do, I'm gonna do it in order of Origins, Odyssey, then Valhalla. And then Origins is supposed to be like the shortest. So we're gonna fly through that. And then we're gonna do Odyssey and then Valhalla. And Valhalla is really long apparently compared to Origins. I'm a master of disguise and assassinry. Very true. Yeah, so I'm excited to do that. That's pretty much all my plans for now. I don't really have very much anything else. I know I said I was gonna play Fallout 1 and 2, but I think I'm gonna wait on that actually. I think I'm gonna wait on that still. I still plan on doing it, like, don't get me wrong, but I did go a little too crazy on the Fallout. And I feel like I need a refresher. I need something different, you know, like Assassin's Creed, which sounds like a lot of fun. So yeah, we're just gonna watch some YouTube videos that I saw that seem interesting. Most of them are about usually TikTok drama or TikTok trends, because I don't know, that's what I find interesting sometimes. What else? I think that's it. We're gonna watch a Friendly Jordy's video called Spicy Water. I have no idea what it's about, but I think I'm gonna watch that one first. Oh, also one more thing. My internet has been really bad lately, so if the stream starts cutting out, just keep refreshing until I come back, because basically what's happening is like my internet is like disconnecting like really like abruptly, but reconnecting really quickly. So I have some people like coming out to work on my internet shit, but for right now it's not to be trusted. You and Carter and Hassan? Really? That's weird. Yeah, ISP is really fucking up lately. Like honestly, like I feel like a Karen calling them and chewing them out, but I'm like, I pay way too much money for this shit to be happening for me to like get like a possible internet connection. Like what? Like pay this much and then you might be able to use your internet how you wanted to. Just maybe, if you're lucky. And they always make it a point to be like, well, it reconnects really quickly. And I'm like, the problem is that it's disconnecting in the first place. I shouldn't have to fucking reconnect my internet multiple times a day. Like, this is bullshit. I don't care how fast. It could literally reconnect immediately and I'd still have a problem with it because of the fact that what happens is my stream cuts out and everybody has to refresh. It literally actively like hinders my stream in the sense that I lose viewers. I literally lose viewers because of that. It's so fucking dumb. I know it sounds dumb, but it's true. Like if you disconnect, it's a big blow to your like your viewership. And like people leave. Like people are like, oh, her fucking internet went out. I'm gonna go watch another streamer. You know, like it fucks me over so bad. Like, so yeah, that's why I get so mad about it. Like I'm like, no, like this can't be happening. Like I'm not gonna just be like, oh, well, you're trying your best. No, absolutely not. Yeah. And it breaks all my VODs up too. Not only like does, yeah, it breaks up all my VODs into segments as well. It just fucks everything up. Like, and it shouldn't be happening. It's just very, very bad situation all over. Hello, hello. All right, I want to watch this new Friendly Jordy's video. Hello, Veggie.
To this video, check this video out here. And oh wait, I probably shouldn't have done that first thing. Please don't click off. Wait, does this make you want to stick around? You know when your mum said that when your fish died it went to fish heaven? Well, what if she was wrong? What if it went to fish hell? Conveniently located very close to human hell. But, and this is incredible, we've been told something about that truly tragic event that will make you think, why? Why is it that one of the only politicians concerned with the fish kills ended up swimming in that water?
Can I swim in there?
Yeah, you can. It's radio f***ing active, but you can go for it. I know, is that the worst experience of your life?
While no member of the previous New South Wales Coalition government responsible for said water has been forced to drink that water for the rest of their lives. I demand at least one. You! Why me? I don't know, because you look the most like Ray's mum. So down the hatch. Come on, how much better would it be? Imagine her going, oh. Early in 2023, the Darling Backer River saw an unprecedented ecological disaster, which is bad because the last ecological disaster was also unprecedented. To give you an idea of the scope though, the last one killed 1 million fish. This one killed 20 to 30.
Million?
No, just 20 to 30 fish. See you next week, kids.
Osco, oh my god, thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. Let's go. We're so back.
Million. 20 to 30 million. So yeah, my video from back then needs a bit of an update, doesn't it? Native species such as bony herring, golden perch, Murray cod, carp. Well, the carp was no big loss as, hey, it's not just the shittest Pokemon. Now, there are multiple theories as to why this is happening, and your stupid school books will tell you that it's because of not enough oxygen in the water or rising water temperatures. In fact, reports state that rising water temperatures led to what is called a black water event. Jesus, isn't it insane that everything in the future to do with the environment is black? Black water is water after a flooding event, which is filled with all sorts of toxic shit. I mean, still not as riddled with excrement as water at Wet and Wild. There is a reason you don't see many golden perch going, yeah! I'm not discounting any of those explanations. They are all stresses on the ecosystem. I mean, I don't know how well I'd cope with, quote, low oxygen levels. But I think that this reason here might be like flour in those flour-free cakes. Clearly a missing ingredient, and very strange that it's excluded on purpose. Pesticides. Hey, speaking of missing ingredient of our channel, how you been crop poison? It's been a while between drinks, hasn't it? I think it's hard to tell because of how dissipated you are in the environment, and the EPA won't tell me how much there is of you fucking in it. You know how you feel when they don't print the use by date on Move milk? Yeah, me either, because I'm a fully grown man and I don't drink that shit. But that feeling of, I think it's okay. Ooh. That's how we should feel about pesticides all the time, as the previous Liberal National Government twisted an environmental protection authority that went out of its way to suppress everything it possibly could about just how prominent and damaging these poisons are in our environment. And worse, okayed poisons that are banned basically everywhere else, as I reckon these dangerous chemicals don't have the same impact they do in France. Different culture. Also, we're not going to find out. Why? Because my best mates in the world, Cotton Australia, got their own independent report done, as they are absolutely confident that huffing the back of a big crop plane is as harmless as inhaling a big ass fucking name at a party, and Nah, didn't find what they wanted. They're going to release the report then? Nah, fuck off. What I'm saying is, you can imagine what kind of quote-unquote environmental protection authority a government like that would mould in its decade in office. To give you a taste of their handiwork, this is Bruce Maynard. He's one of those classic sustainable farmers you saw in one of those depressing farm factory documentaries from the 2000s where they cut to him in the last 10 minutes. But there is hope. He's devoted his life to sustainable agriculture. Even won the Bob Hawke Landscape Award last year for reducing the need for harmful pesticide use in farming. In fact, he's devoted his life to trying to draw the public's attention to just how much damage pesticides are doing to the environment and how far the EPA will go to cover it up. He and his Rural Justice League have been pouring through thousands of fucking documents spanning back to 2020, and here's some of the highlights. In June, July of 2020, the EPA got a message. Hey EPA, I think farmers are overspraying. It's killing plant life for miles around. Now you're imagining it. Keep in mind, the EPA is supposed to be like cops for platypuses. Imagine if you called the cops. Oh, someone shot me.
You know what's funny is hi Juicy J. One of the things that I kind of wanted to do when I was in college, I was like, oh dude, I want to do environmental biology, I want to study little ecosystems and assess threats and things like that. And then I started talking to people who were in the field or whatever, through the classes that I was taking. And they were all so doomer about the earth and how we treat, how we treat nature. And I was just like, damn, this seems really depressing. I don't think I want to do this.
Nah, I can tell from here they didn't. I'm not coming in. Wouldn't test the region for pesticide damage until the plants literally withered away, telling the community that pesticides need to be detectable on vegetation to prove that the chemicals damage the plants. What? It's not detectable until
because when they get down to it, when they find out what the problem is, most of the time there's nothing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it. They're like, okay, well, this company is dumping chemicals into this river. And then, you can't stop the company from doing it. And you're like, well, what do we fucking do? I guess we can just try our best to, mitigate the damage by, trying to clean the river. But they're gonna keep dumping in the river because, you don't have the authority to tell them to stop.
Plant looks exactly the same in the fucking Roundup ad as seen on TV. Exactly what we've all seen it do in the ad. Oh, I don't know, advertising's deliberately misleading. You can see the extent to which they will refuse to do basic testing on these cancer-causing substances, right?
I know what we could do.
I mean, in August of 2020, after finding diuron, a highly carcinogenic chemical found in pesticides, in Narromine vegetation samples, the community requested action. EPA did nothing. Here they are in August and September of 2021, admitting to finding pesticides in their vegetation samples and then essentially saying, it's fine. This is the consistent pattern of the EPA. Example after example of, it doesn't exist, oh, get off my back, I'll go test it, oh, what do you know, it does exist, oh well, I don't care. If that's their attitude when it comes to environmental damage you can visibly see with your own eyes, imagine what their attitude is to invisible traces that just keep building up in the background. Matt Landos, the director of Future Fisheries Veterinary Service, who has been researching how pesticides could be linked to the recent darling back of fish kill, he's looking at the EPA's official reports on fish kills. And they're filled with the usual plot holes they usually use to explain away obvious poison damage. The water temperature was high, sure. Not high enough to kill fish in those droves. He also doesn't think that the river was deoxygenated by more fish coming into the river or by organic material travelling into the river being a good enough explanation for fish kills in these numbers because... Do you seriously think these natural events could lead to such unnatural outcomes? Historically, floods in the Murray-Darling Basin have actually boosted populations of some fish. Only recently have they caused mass mortalities of aquatic life. What Matt has gathered, and remember, he is a full-time fish vet. In fish farms he's worked on over the years, if neighbours are spraying pesticides, the number of sick fish and fish deaths goes belly up. If they move those fish, they stop dying. You can't move fish out of New South Wales. This is a recent study from the University of Sydney. It named the Murray River watershed as a high-risk area in terms of pollution from pesticides. Not just in Australia, the entire world. In fact, it's ranked in the top 5 of those high-risk areas of concern. In the entire fucking world. Worse still, brace yourself for this terrifying hat trick. The study classified high risk as an area where pesticide residues are 1,000 times higher than the safe level. 1,000 times higher. That's the environment that the river is facing, and yet the EPA, with its sordid, shameful history under the Liberals and Nationals of routinely covering up environmental poisoning, found that in this unnaturally high fish kill zone, the river that is almost uniquely susceptible to pesticide poisoning in a state where we deliberately don't regulate pesticide spray, had nothing to do with a 20 to 30 million fish kill. It was the floods. Because as we all know, fish hate water. After all, the EPA conducted 38 tests along the Darling River after the fish kill. Just like how we saw in the Mark Graham documentary, the EPA clearly covered up 50 obvious breaches of logging. What a surprise. No chemicals at all. Charles Sturt University, though, decided to do a double check. One independent test where they found, Lord help me in trying to pronounce these, metallochlor, atrazine, simazine, terbuzine, oh, now they're just mashing the keyboard. Look, I think we all know if you can't pronounce a chemical's name, it's bad. All of these detected chemicals were above acceptable concentrations compared to the Australian and New Zealand guidelines for fresh and marine water quality, and were consistent with agricultural land use in the area. What I'm saying is, just like the pesticides the Coalition refused to test, the Coalition even being in office does residual damage. They'll never publicly admit this, but this is the bureaucracy the Minns government has to deal with. He absolutely did the right thing, which is immediately call for an investigation into the fish kills, which lies in stark contrast to Gladys's response where she practically said, remember this? I don't care. That was her response to an ecological catastrophe. I don't care. And for years to come, it will be the I don't care government that is still running the show, because the I don't care government had 10 years to stack the entire bureaucracy with c***s. The new Minns government can order them to do tests, sure, but they'll just lie about the results. As other scientists have pointed out about the EPA's testing methods, if their students did what the EPA did in the Murray-Darling Basin, they'd get an F. This is the data the Minns government has to make decisions with. Come on, purge the c***s. In the meantime, though, how about a cheer for the kings of rural Australia, Matt Landos and Bruce Maynard, for pouring through all of this boring shit in their own time. Thousands of documents to trawl through to find these awful patterns in behaviour. Truly model citizens, both of them, not doing it for cash or accolade just because it's important for someone to be Australia's Alex Jones and yell, "I don't like them putting chemicals in the water to turn the frickin' fish dead." See you next time. Check out the facts article on the matter. Links in the description. Like and subscribe.
I always learn something new from Friendly Jordy videos. Gay fish on Pride Month too. I heard Alex Jones likes to eat ass. Truly a man of taste. To me, I like to eat pesticides. Personally, I crave the pesticide. Yeah, I'm still a little sick. I be sniffling and coughing a little bit still. So please, I'm sick and the only thing that can cure me is eating ass. Does anybody have an edible ass? Please. Okay, sorry. I'm dumb. Okay, alright, let's watch another video.
Hello, my angry birds. My name is Mina Lay. I talk about fashion, film, and culture here on this channel.
What did I just join? Meow!
And today specifically, we're going to be talking about being a hater, the death of criticism, and also the phenomenon of the people's princess and the way that criticism affects female celebrities specifically. Okay, so you know how I usually like to start these videos talking about something that like jogged my brain recently in relation to the general theme of the video? Well, okay, so a couple things. The other day I went to lunch with my friends Jack and Jordan, and Jack was telling me the latest literary goss. So I feel like this is a little niche, but trust me, stay with me, it's interesting. So apparently last month, I don't know why I said apparently, as if I'm like calling him a liar or something. I looked it up. It's real. This happened last month. This writer, Anne Manoff, wrote a scathing review on Book Forum of this essay collection written by Lauren Euler called No Judgment. Here's a quote to give you a sense of it. No Judgment was originally to be called Who Cares? And perhaps that title should have been retained. Who cares really about any of this? Manoff's review went pretty viral, in part because it was so scathing, but also because, to give a bit of context, Euler herself rose to prominence in the literary world a couple years ago for writing a similarly negative review of Trick Mirror, an essay collection by another literary it girl, Gia Tolentino. Eleanor Stern explains exactly why Euler's review made such a splash at the time.
One reason that Lauren Euler's negative review of Gia Tolentino's essay collection went like so viral and got her so much fame is basically just because nobody was writing negative reviews at the time. Like, especially of popular books, there was just, I think, a general sense that like it was sort of in poor taste or in bad form. And there was also, I think, a feeling of scarcity in the world of like literary criticism. Book advances were shrinking. You know, there were no more like full-time professional book critics at publications. There was just a sense of like, why attack each other? Why pay people to write negative reviews, even if the book is honestly kind of bad?
I haven't read Trick Mirror in full, and I also haven't read No Judgment, so I plead the fifth when it comes to taking sides. I have no side. But I think regardless of everyone's actual writing, I respect both Manoff and Euler as people who are brave enough, let's say, to publish something negative. I think some of their criticisms did come across as a little too harsh, specifically like the who cares bit I read. I felt like that was a little below the belt. But I do think that negative reviews in general are important. And lately I've just noticed there's so much fear in the criticism space, and it's really sad, and it's like a disservice to the art ecosystem. And you know, I don't really know how Lauren felt about reading this review about her book. I'm sure she didn't like the review. Whether or not she liked it, she allowed herself to become a target of like equally negative reviews, because it's kind of like that saying, oh, if you can't take it, then don't dish it. I was gonna say, if you smelt it, dealt it. That's definitely not the saying. I think it's if you can't take it, don't dish it, or don't dish what you can't serve, or whatever. Because she's someone who is like unapologetic about the kind of reviews that she writes, I feel like it's an open invitation for people to be the same with her, whether or not she likes it. I commend her for opening that space of criticism. Another thing that happened, or I guess another example that got me thinking a lot. I love Letterboxd. It's this online platform where you can log and review movies. I use it a lot for logging in movies that I want to watch in the future on my watch list. So if someone gives me a good recommendation, I'll add it to the list, which, you know, is something that I refer to whenever I'm looking for a new movie. And hopefully I'll get through them all one day, but there's like hundreds of movies on that list, so...
You like my hair? It's literally so greasy, but thank you. Thank you. I'm like trying to deal with my greasy ass bangs. I'm a greasy gamer girl.
But it is a social media platform in the sense that you can also follow other people on that platform, and you can even follow Emmy Award winning actress Ayo Edebiri. Yes, Ayo does have an account, but I noticed that she actually stopped logging in movies about a month ago, and I don't know if it's just she.
But the reason, okay, dude, I'm having the same problems after dyeing my hair black, and I'm having like, I'm upset about it. But basically, the more I wash my hair, the more the black comes out, and I don't want to have to dye my hair again. Okay, but like you can see kind of in the light here, it's like looking like lighter. It's washing out so fast. Like, I swear to God, this is the thing with black hair dye. When you don't want it to wash out fast, it washes out fast. But then when you do want it to wash out fast, it doesn't leave. Like, yeah. It always happens.
just stopped for the month or if she's stopping fully. But I wouldn't really be surprised if she stopped fully, because I also noticed, not to sound like a stalker, but in
Should
the
I
last
ask
couple
my
months,
goth friend for advice? No, don't do that. I know. Okay, this is insulting, Blue. I know everything about hair. I don't need your friend's advice, okay? I've got myself. I'm literally a hair guru. I know everything about hair. I've been doing my own hair since I was capable of doing so. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
months, her reviews have skewed fairly positive. Whereas in the past, she was a little bit more critical about some of the movies that she didn't like. And I don't blame her. I think being in her position in Hollywood right now means she can't risk offending
of hair.
anyone because she might have to work with them in the future. I was wondering like how much of this decision to kind of edit her letterboxed in this way was because she's afraid of, you know, making enemies, as I said, or because she just like, you know, feels like she doesn't want to share negativity anymore, which is totally fine too. I mean, she's not a critic, so she can use her letterbox in any way that she wants. I'm not saying she has a responsibility to say something bad about anyone. I think it speaks volumes that the only controversy Io has been involved in so far in her career is when her negative comments about Jennifer Lopez's music career from a 2020 podcast interview resurfaced ahead of her and J-Lo's dual episode on SNL.
Today I was actually thinking about one of my favorite scams of all time, because J-Lo is hosting or is performing at the Super Bowl halftime show.
She is, which is a scam in itself.
And her whole career is one long scam.
Oh, the longest con. J-Lo can't sing. And did you know that J-Lo doesn't know that she can't sing?
She thinks she's on multiple tracks, but it's not her. I think she thinks
J-Lo
that
slander.
she's still good, even though like she's not singing for most of these songs.
And I assume that it was just a very awkward thing to deal with that situation, and Io calling J-Lo's career a scam was not like the most PR-friendly choice of words.
It was hilarious
but
though.
It does make me wonder like where we draw the line between hate and criticism.
Review was mean and petty and despicable. This was all in the line of duty. You called me a hippo.
I think this PR friendliness, though, has permeated throughout the entire industry in general, and audiences are also becoming more aware of it. With the Bridgerton Season 3 press tour, for instance, I've seen like so many people talk about how great PR chemistry co-stars Nicola Coughlan and Luke Newton have, which is to say like people are enjoying their banter, they're enjoying the little flirtations, but they're also like fully clocking the agenda behind it. In a way, like I'm really happy about that because I think it means that we're like able to sort of see Hollywood less as sheep. But I also think that there are definitely like people who are nostalgic for.
As someone who's seen a J-Lo movie, I don't think her acting is bad. I don't think her acting is so terrible that it's distracting. Like I wouldn't say it's super good, but it's also not like super bad either. Really. Yeah. I think it was a J-Lo movie, if I'm correct. The Shotgun Wedding. It's one of her newer movies, so maybe that's why it's better. Yeah, she's in Shotgun Wedding. It was made in 2022. Have you seen the one where she played Selena? No. She's not the worst actress. Yeah, that's pretty much what I meant. That was so long ago now. I know, right? Don't you feel old? Jesus, I feel so old whenever anything from like 2022 pops up. I'm like, that was 4 years ago. Holy fuck. ...2016 was 8 years ago. Are you doing the math right? Yeah, that is, yeah. Yeah, you're doing the math right. Okay. Okay, the reason that I was thinking that is because it's like, or I graduated in 2015, right? And I remember thinking like the other day, like, Jesus, my 10-year high school graduation anniversary should be soon. So that's why I was questioning. I was like,
early 2000s celebrity culture because stars from that era come across as like way more authentic. We have a lot to discuss for this video. Let's just dive in.
We got you saying a second ago. Tell them dirty Jason.
Ever since there's been art, there's been critics. And ever since there's been critics, there's been artists hating on said critics. It's a beautiful cycle.
Yeah, I definitely know this as a living piece of art. I have many haters. Very relatable.
You take this malicious, cowardly, shittily written review and you shove that right up your wrinkly tight.
After all, the 18th century poet Alexander Pope once said, "Those monsters, critics." This sentiment has followed to the modern day. The Ringer published an article in 2019 called The Great Celebrity War on Criticism, which documented some recent artist pushback. In the article, they mentioned Lizzo's now deleted tweet, "People who review albums and don't make music themselves should be unemployed," in response to a Pitchfork album review. She then later walked it back. Also, another tweet that was included in the article, Ariana Grande's deleted tweet, "One day, everybody that works at all them blogs will realize how unfulfilled they are and purposeless what they're doing is. I can't wait for them to feel lit inside." Now, getting a shady tweet, not the worst thing that can happen to you.
What? I can't wait for them to feel lit inside? What the Sigma? What kind of... Is she wishing them well? Is that what? Okay. I can't wait for them to feel lit inside. So I can't wait till they feel happiness? What a weird way to say that.
To feel lit inside. Now, getting a shady tweet, not the worst thing that can happen to you. Getting professionally blacklisted, that is a real fear. And it happens. For example, in the late 2000s, former New York Times fashion critic Kathy Horan was banned from Giorgio Armani, Carolina Herrera, Helmut Lang, and the Dolce & Gabbana fashion shows because her criticism was found slanderous. And Robin Given, the Washington Post fashion critic, lost her front row seat at Chanel after criticizing Karl Lagerfeld in 2012. There's many reasons why criticism gets a bad reputation. A lot of it is wrapped up in artist ego, but let's pause, right, and take a stance with the artist for a second. Maybe criticism has actually just gotten worse and therefore is deserving of less respect. Has anyone ever thought about that? One reason I say that is because there's a lot of art being made more than ever before thanks to social media allowing people to self-publish.
I mean,
there's just not enough.
You know, with what she said right there, I agree. There are a lot of things that people are just like, I don't know, they come across something and they're like, this is bad, and their only reasoning is because I don't like it. You know what I mean? And it's and then sometimes people will try to come up with some reason as to why it's bad, which is even worse when they're trying to come up with a reason as to why it's awful. I'm gonna say a specific, I might start some trouble in the chat, but there's a trans woman on TikTok named Lily Tino who has been getting so much fucking hate because she decided to do a video where she was sitting at Disneyland and had some cake pops and was talking about how she was gonna go through transition surgery, but kind of demonstrating it with cake pops and shit. And everybody's just turning it into this whole you're a pedophile because you're at Disneyland with cake pops talking about your trans surgery. And it's fucking wild. It's just I understand why people are a little freaked out about you know, I don't know, talking about genitals around children. I understand that. I totally understand that. I totally get it. But I feel maybe we're getting a little too angry here over that. You know what I mean? Because it's I don't know. It's for me personally, I don't see why. I don't know. There are other trans people coming after her. Even what we're not gonna do is use Mickey Mouse cake pops to simulate balls. That is too I don't know. It's who cares? Who fucking cares? And it's so funny because I think the video that she got canceled for, she jokingly was I'm gonna get canceled for this, and she was right. She was right. She did get canceled for it. And I mean, it's like, oh my God, dude. She goes viral all the time on TikTok though for hatred. Like she went viral a long time ago because you know, she would like, what she would do is like she would go out to eat a lot and then record herself or like do live streams eating. Like it was like her content was like going out to eat. And then people would, you know, like misgender her and she'd be like, it's ma'am. I go by ma'am. Like she, her pronouns, get with the program. Come on. Like, you know, like trying to tell the servers to call her ma'am when they, you know, misgender her. And then people got mad at her about that. They're like, oh, you go out to eat and you expect them to know your pronouns? Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, just so mad at her over, like, asking servers to say ma'am instead of sir. And even when the servers, like, would mess up, it's not like she would, like, be like, that's it, you're going to jail. You know, she'd just be like, oh, I'm a little disappointed. You know, I feel a little upset that... Like, and that's okay to feel a little upset that the fucking server will keep calling you sir instead of ma'am. Like, that's okay to be upset about. And I don't know, people just turned it into this whole thing, and basically they just hate trans people and try to make it into this whole, like, no, there's a really good reason for why I hate this trans person, but it's not really a good reason at the end of the day.
Enough time to give thoughtful reviews on literally everything. In an article for The American Scholar, author Philippa K. Chong suggests that fewer than 5% of new books get any kind of coverage in larger media outlets. A lot of critics have also sold...
Yeah, no, you think a server that works 12-hour shifts care about your feelings? I would assume not. Yeah, no, it's not about the server, though, at the end of the day, is it? It's not really about that. Like, she's not, like, making, like, a video to be like, this server needs to be fired because they didn't respect my pronouns. It was more so she was just showing what it's like as a trans woman, like eating out at dinner. Like it's literally, it's not even like people try to make it like she was making a statement about the servers just because she posted that video, and that's not what that was about. It wasn't about like, oh, these servers are bad people because they aren't getting my pronouns right. It was just more like showing the reality of what it's like to be a trans woman in the real world, and like, you know, give some people some courage to feel like, hey, maybe I can ask people to say my correct pronouns too, even if they may not listen to me. At least I, you know, feel a little more comfortable now asking that. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like about, like, I wouldn't say like the servers should, you know, kiss their feet and be like, I'm so sorry, you know, like, I'll remember your program. It's not about that. It's about, like, you know, just like I said, just existing as a trans person, and people turn it into this whole fucking political statement bullshit, right? It's not a political statement to exist as a trans person. That's all I'm saying.
Sold out, not necessarily even selling out to the movie or book they're reviewing, but selling out to the publication that they're writing for. And what I mean by that, and maybe like selling out might not be the best term.
I'm glad we all agree.
I love reading reviews, okay? And I've noticed that a lot of mainstream coverage of TV, books, and movies is arranged in the form of recommendation listicles and plot recaps. And even if there is a coherent review, the headline makes like some sweeping statement like, blah, blah, blah is a must-see, or blah, blah, blah is a major miss. Christian Lorentzen wrote for Harper's that the reason we get these kinds of general clickbait headlines is because writers need to attract traffic to the review or to the website. He writes, a conscientious reviewer admitting either to ambivalence or judgments in conflict with one another won't travel as quickly on social media as an unqualified rave. And as books editor Ariana Rebellini succinctly put it, are you going to put your time into something that's not going to share well? I relate to this heavily, by the way. When I publish videos, I have to make like kind of clickbait adjacent headlines or thumbnails because I need people to watch my videos to click on the videos. So for instance, one of my older videos I titled Netflix's Persuasion was a flop. Transparently, okay, I found the movie to have a
Dude, why did you say that? Like, I didn't ask you, like, what offends you. Like, God damn it. Like, why do transphobic people always, like, have to tell people they're transphobic? Like, bro, you could You could have just slid under the radar, but you just self-reported. Like, you just self-reported. Like, I'm scared of trans people. Like, I don't like trans people. You literally just had to say that. Like, I don't care. Like, fuck, dude. Why? Why? I'm not offended. I think it's offensive. I'm not offended. So, is it offensive or not? Yes or no? Where did you literally just... I don't judge, but most women and men think it's offensive to call yourself a woman when biologically you're not. It's all I'm saying. So you're saying, so you're not identifying with that? You say you don't think that? Okay, just making sure. You're saying you don't think... I thought you were saying that like you were identifying with people. I'm not on any side. I see, you're a professional centrist, aren't you? I just don't... You know, I'm just relaying what I'm hearing. Okay. Whoa, wait. What is on this lady's upper lip? Sorry, I got distracted. I looked over and I was like, what the fuck is going on with her lips? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry if you're not a transphobe and I accused you of being a transphobe, but you sound like one. That's all. You just really sounded like one with that statement. I'm sorry. And yeah, I may have read it wrong, but it's still... Okay, you say, I don't judge. Okay. But do you judge the people who do judge? Like, do you judge the people who are transphobic? Like, do you look at people who are transphobic and go like, that's bad? Do you do that? Or do you just like, of course, okay, good. We're getting somewhere, good. Okay, you know what? You're back in my good graces. All right, we can move on now. All right, sorry about all that. Just making sure. Okay, just making sure.
A lot of flaws, and I stand
Redemption
by that.
arc.
I'm not gonna walk back on that. But I do think that the word flop and
it went sideways.
Sort of like...
I'll explain to you why. Because like when you try to say like I agree with both sides, that's like bad, right? Because it's like, I don't know, like if there's a situation where there's a victim and an oppressor, like the victim being the trans person and the oppressor being the transphobe, if you take both sides, you're basically siding with the oppressor. You see what I mean? The person, like if you take both sides or you see it both ways, that's not good. That's yeah, that's what I meant. But I was like, that's why people usually, especially like leftists like me and my community, don't really like hearing that, like that type of thing where like somebody's like on the fence about things like I see both sides or like centrism. Like we don't really like that. Like we're like, what do you mean you see both sides?
General black and white terminology.
Sorry.
Never really do a piece of work justice. There's just so much that goes into a book or movie, and none of that can be summed up in just one word. You know, maybe one of the reasons why critics and myself are so desperate to drive traffic to our work is because of how oversaturated the online review industry has become. The internet has basically made everyone into a reviewer. And again, look, I realize how hypocritical I sound because I've definitely benefited from that. Like, I did get a degree in film studies, and I can admit that my reviews tend to be more fun and casual than like actually academic. But the fact is that there are a lot of takes online, and we have to lean on like more sensationalized headlines to stand out. And I also noticed that around the time I started making videos, like in 2020, 2021, there's been just a general rise in the commentary genre on YouTube and TikTok overall. Don't get me wrong, people have always liked to discourse online, okay? In my early internet days, I would spend a lot of hours every day reading and writing meta commentary on Tumblr. I'm proud of that, whatever. But I think the pivot to using TikTok
What does that even mean, meta commentary?
Has a lot to do with, one, people's increasing comfort in filming video, aided by how easy it is to edit videos within the TikTok app, especially if you don't have clumsy thumbs like myself. And two, a lot of social media sites like Facebook, Instagram, and now Substack are also trying to pivot to video as well, which is making writing a less available medium to relay your thoughts. And then, of course, also reason 3, once something is perceived as a profitable trend, other people want in. If you notice there are creators getting hundreds of thousands of views on a genre of video content, you might want to try that out too. I'm not saying this is entirely bad, by the way, but it has made the market more oversaturated.
It's commentary about commentary? What the fuck?
Which has led to, I think, a devaluation of professional critics in general. Because, like, the sentiment is, why listen to this person when everyone can have an opinion on the internet now? There are also websites that specifically encourage amateur criticism, for example, Letterboxd, which I mentioned earlier, and Goodreads, which is a book review site. Both these sites use a 5-star rating system, and okay, personally, I don't use the rating feature, which I know is annoying because I've gotten comments every so often about why I never rate anything. Hear me out.
Wait, was there an F? Oh fuck, my bit rate looks like shit. Power through. We're gonna power through it. Just pretend it's not happening.
Don't like the subjectivity of the star system. Like a movie that I rated 5 stars 3 years ago wouldn't necessarily rate 5 stars if I watched it again today. And so it feels weird to me that if someone's just like looking at my profile, they can see all the movies that I've rated 5 stars, but they wouldn't have any context on like how old I was when I saw the movie, whether or not someone was kicking my—
Yeah, but anyways, there was a teeny tiny freeze, my internet has been doing that a lot lately, and I am actively working on getting that fixed. Hopefully it will be fixed by the end of the week. I don't know. You know how ISPs are, they suck buttholes and they never actually help you. They just pretend. Like it's always like I feel like they're all lying. Like they're not actually working on anything. Like they just like go outside and go, "Yep, ma'am, it's fixed. I'm gonna go home now."
I see it in the movie theater when I saw it. Whether or not I read reviews beforehand, which affected my expectations. Sidebar, when I watched Challengers, I watched it opening weekend. I didn't even know it was opening weekend. Like I just picked a random movie because I hadn't seen a movie in a while and I didn't know anything about it. Like except from like the trailer that I saw literally months ago. I didn't see a recent trailer or anything. And I loved the movie. And I think it's because I literally had no expectations. I mean, I also think that like
Wait, did she say she loved Challengers? Fuck. I've been thinking about watching that, but I'm like, I don't like sports. Cause it's like, it's also like about 2 tennis players. I was like, that sounds really dumb and lame.
Nino like slays and the script was like really good and everything, but I just think that it definitely helped that I didn't have other people telling me this movie was going to be amazing before I went to go see it. I also think that there are some movies that really resonate with me solely because of my life circumstances at the time I watched them. So, for example, After Sun is one of my favorite movies, but I'm very aware that I watched it on the airplane coming back home after visiting my dad. Yeah, I was like crying. I was crying on that airplane all by myself. It was so tragic. If you haven't seen the movie, just know that it's a father-daughter movie featuring an airport scene. On the flip side, you know, I did really enjoy Past Lives, but I've never experienced the sort of like what if romantic circumstance that they explore in the movie. And so I didn't feel as moved as my friends who have been.
I would go out and ask random hot couples if they've seen Challengers. Why? Are you like, oh my god, are you like trying to like find a threesome? Do you
circumstances. All this is to
Oh
say
my
my
goodness.
circumstances don't alter whether or not the movie is good, but it alters like how emotionally connected I am and therefore affects my experience watching it and therefore my rating. But if you're just someone scrolling my page, you wouldn't have that context. And then, I don't know, it makes me feel weird that someone would choose whether or not to watch a movie based on like the stars I gave it and then like them not knowing the context. I don't know. I just don't like that responsibility. In short, I don't think a star system can capture all the nuances of engaging with art. Anyways, that was just an aside, but I was reading Jacob Silverman's 2012 essay Against Enthusiasm the other day, which is about how social media has killed literary criticism, and I thought it was really interesting. I highly recommend reading it. One of the points he made is that sites like Twitter put you more intimately in contact with the author, which affects how comfortable you feel talking about their work. Silverman chose author Emma Straub as just an example. Let's say you're assigned a review of Straub's book, Laura Lamont's Life in Pictures. What if you don't like it? Would you be willing to critique Straub's novel after watching her life scroll out on social media over the last year? Indeed, after likely being the recipient or admirer of some small word or act of kindness on Straub's part? And I think this is so true. I think I'm more hesitant to criticize a friend's work publicly because I don't want whatever I have to say to affect their success, especially because most of my friends are at the starting points of their careers. So they don't have the kind of staying power that a big director like Quentin Tarantino would have in the face of negative reviews. And I imagine that people who are parasocial towards artists might feel a similar pressure to be constantly uplifting to not mess with that person's bag. As Chromat founder Becca McCharran-Tran explains how it works in the fashion industry, when we were trying to sell our collection to buyers like Nordstrom or whoever, they actually really did care about reviews. So over Fashion Month, there are a handful of people on Twitter and TikTok who complain about how front rows are filled with influencers now, and meanwhile, actual journalists are shoved to the back rows where they can barely see the collection. And I understand this is really annoying, especially because if you're a journalist, you actually need to cover the collection. So it is very annoying if you can't fully see it. But the reason this is happening is because the majority of influencers are invited to positively market the brand. Brands know that any influencer they invite is going to gas them up to the moon and back to their millions of followers. Whereas with a journalist, it's more up in the air, the kind of coverage that the brand would get. So, given that information, like, who are you going to prioritize? Silverman also notes that social media's liking and favoriting system itself is pretty anti-criticism. He writes, "The problem with liking is that it's a critical dead end, a conversation non-starter. For every +1, this or heart emoji we offer next to someone's fawning tweet, a feeling is expressed without saying much at all." Ultimately, these platforms have led to a culture of enthusiasm and unconditional support, which is, again, why author Lauren Euler's critique of Trick Mirror went so viral in 2020.
Look.
Yes.
Didn't you bring your glasses?
Criticism also gets a bad reputation, I think, because a lot of people don't actually read professional criticism from professional critics. Their exposure to criticism is via like TikTok commentary. And unfortunately, a lot of TikTok commentary is just not good. No shade. And it's just...
Wait. That person agrees with me on this TikTok.
Criticism also gets a bad reputation, I think, because a lot of people don't actually... Criticism is via...
Why Poor Things, the movie, deeply bothered me. That movie bothered me too, deeply. So much so that I didn't finish it. I stopped watching. Like, I was like, this is weird and creepy. I feel uncomfortable, and I stopped watching.
Like TikTok commentary. And unfortunately, a lot of TikTok commentary is just not good. No shade. And it's just like representative of a larger trend of low media literacy. And I know that media literacy is like a buzz term these days, but in case you need a refresher, according to dictionary.com, it means the ability
Hollywood
or skills
ran
to
out of
critically...
ideas. I know, right? Like the Apple masturbation scene. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? What the absolute fuck? I want that time back. I want to sue whoever made that movie for the time that I wasted watching that weird ass movie.
Analyze for accuracy, credibility, or evidence of bias the content created and consumed in various media. But unfortunately, like, media literacy is a problem 2019 Pew Research Survey results revealed that digital media literacy skills are lacking across...
You know what's so sad too? As I remember thinking to myself, like, oh, this is kind of weird. I might like it. God, was I fucking wrong.
All generations across the board, even among Gen Z who grew up with technology. Maxine Becerra reflects on why that is. She writes for McGill University's student paper, The Bull and Bear. How have we gotten so bad at critically thinking? I suspect that it's a function of the sheer amount of information available these days. There is so much content that I really only have time to skim over the basic premise of a video, article, Instagram infographic before I must keep scrolling and maximize my media consumption. I'm forced to sort things into a binary just to quickly make sense of it. All actions are either good or bad. All opinions are either right or wrong. These social media platforms discourage nuance, and if you don't like someone's content, you unfollow or you block them. Associate Professor of Information Studies Alexis Hineker says, all of those things cut off relationships instead of helping people repair them or find common ground. Over the past year, I've noticed a lot of poor media literacy when it comes to movie reviews in particular. For example, there was a lot of online discourse about Dune Part 2 when it first came out. Some people were criticizing that the movie was pushing a white savior complex, for instance. If you're unfamiliar with Dune, it's this sci-fi multi-book series, but the two movies that were directed by Denis Villeneuve focus on the first book, Dune, which tells the story of Paul Atreides, who, after a series of unfortunate events, which is like an understatement, flees his home and seeks refuge among these indigenous nomadic people called the Fremen. The Fremen perceive Paul as this messiah figure who will lead the revolution. In the second movie, we see Paul internally struggle with that responsibility, being tortured by visions of mass death if he rises to his fate. But then he eventually embraces his messiah role, which honestly made me want to smack him over the head when I was watching. It's fine. So yeah, despite Timothée Chalamet's charm and good looks, we're not supposed to root for Paul. The writer of the books, Frank Herbert, has talked about how Dune is actually a cautionary tale about charismatic leaders. In 1979, he said, "The bottom line of the Dune trilogy is, beware of heroes. Much better to rely on your own judgment and your own mistakes." Now, I haven't read the books, that's my disclaimer, but for the most part, the interpretation of Paul as a white savior falls pretty flat to me. Maybe somebody out there has a more compelling argument, but from what I've seen, people who have this take are looking at the movie very superficially. They see Paul as this like naturally talented chosen one and are understandably uncomfortable seeing these indigenous Fremen people worship him. But I feel like that's where the analysis stops. To be fair, though, this interpretation has been a problem since the beginning, and it's actually why Herbert ended up writing the sequel, Dune Messiah.
Well, isn't the point that he's like a white savior, but like he's not actually going to be saving anyone? And he's just a fraud? But then that kind of always has been what a white savior is. You know? Like that kind of is what it is. Oh, fuck. It's like the realistic doomer version of the white savior. You know? You know what I mean? The white man come along and he's like, I'm gonna make your life better. And then you're like, okay. And then he doesn't. He does the opposite. He makes it worse. Just like Paul.
To emphasize even more that Paul is not a good guy. There's even a comparison to Hitler to further drive home that point. Villeneuve also took some creative liberties to make it clear in his movies as well. So for instance, Chani, who is Fremen and Paul's love interest, is much more doting towards Paul in the original books. But in this new movie, she becomes sick of his shit, leaves him, and there's an implication that she'll come back one day to challenge Paul as a resistance leader. She is the character that we're supposed to be empathizing with. Dune has a lot of shooters, though. It's like been a series that's been around for decades. And so anytime someone shared this white savior take, I noticed a ton of people jumping on them. But instead of like engaging with these opposing takes, the original posters mostly fled the scene. And I can't really blame them because the way that online discourse functions is just not conducive to understanding like anything.
He is the chosen one, but only because the Bene Gesserit, the evil witches, made it so. They've been playing this game of chess for centuries. Before motherfuckers and their grandma and their great-great-grandma was born. And that's why Paul is actually the chosen one, because it was like basically like the Bene Gesserits created this fake story slash prophecy for them to believe in so they could fulfill it. And if I remember correctly, it was supposed to be, Jessica was supposed to have a girl. And then she ended up having a boy. I don't know. Basically, it was like the prophecy was like fake. So, yeah. It's not like it was a real prophecy. His mom messes with it. It's supposed to be fake.
Like, for instance, I saw so many people stitching this poor girl's video, all of them saying virtually the same thing, which I'm sure felt like dogpiling in her notifications. In real life, if you're in a debate, only one person at a time would challenge your opinion. But online, you get jumped by tons of people yelling the same thing at you. And so I can understand wanting to just ignore all of that, which is a shame because it doesn't further any kind of understanding.
I would say it is and it isn't. It's not so simple that it's just a white savior story, but I wouldn't say it isn't one. I wouldn't say it isn't one. I wouldn't argue against it.
With that said, in general, I'm less interested in people taking the wrong message.
Your hair
away
looks so sick pulled back like that. Thank you.
Movies. I believe there are very few wrong messages, actually, which is why I'd still be open to hearing a Dune white savior take as long as it makes sense.
Battle, thank you so much for gifting that sub.
It's French philosopher Roland Barthes who wrote about the death of the author, which argues that the meaning of a text is determined by the reader's interpretation, not the author's intention. And it's this idea that once you share your work, it no longer only belongs to you. And I agree with this theory. So even though I love reading what writers have to say about their work, I also love when like directors like David Lynch refuse to ever explain anything.
Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
Why elaborate on that?
What?
No, I won't.
And I also love saying that J.K. Rowling was incorrect about everything when it comes to Harry Potter. Like, just because she wrote it doesn't mean she actually knows better than me.
Wait, what?
And specifically, I remember there was like stuff coming out. I don't know if this is just a joke, but I took it seriously. But people were saying like on Pottermore, apparently she said that like wizards can like piss themselves and clean it up with a spell or something. Like they didn't need to use bathrooms, which, like, put the pen down, please.
I was into ghosts, but they're so mainstream now.
A popular anti-criticism argument I see a lot is the let people enjoy things argument, which is basically the idea that if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it. Most people who say this, I notice, are fans of popular media like Star Wars or Taylor Swift. I mean, it makes sense why everyone would have a take on Star Wars because popular media is hegemonic. It's literally everywhere. And so it's an easy target for discourse. It's a much easier target for discourse than, say, like, I don't know, Madame Butterfly. I feel like even Madame Butterfly is like pop culture at this point. But, you know, as English professor Joe Jarowski says, pop culture is such a force in American culture that it would be strange not to talk about it. The sheer number of people watching Marvel movies is impressive. Such movies start to become deeply personal for fans through repeated viewing, cosplay, and so on. Trying to understand why those movies are resonating to that degree with audiences is worthwhile. Highbrow culture like opera and fine art are less available.
I accidentally muted myself. But it is pretty crazy. It's like you hear somebody like talking about like Marvel or whatever. Like think about it like, I don't know, somebody says something about, have you seen Civil War? And you're like, you immediately think of Marvel instead of an actual, like the Civil War. You're like, damn, that's crazy. Like that, something like that can completely overshadow something like a civil war.
Available to the general public, especially
like a real
with,
civil
like,
war.
How Broadway gatekeeps all its theater recordings, which drives me crazy. But apparently there is a library somewhere, like in the upper west, upper east side, that has tapes of Broadway shows that you can watch like in the library. I haven't gone all the way up there because it's pretty far from where I live. Anyway, I'm the problem, I guess. Libraries are a resource. Please use them. But you know, on the other hand, way more people are able to engage with pop culture, and that's why pop culture is such a good medium for understanding shifting cultural values, and also why a lot of critics love to dig their hands into it. For example, Sex and the City was such a revolutionary show in the late 90s and early 2000s, and still is, because it dared to show women in their 30s having sex and openly talking about it. Just for reference to how PG most shows were prior.
I freaking loved Sex in the City. If you haven't seen it yet, it's good. You should watch it.
6 years earlier, in 1992, Seinfeld aired an episode about self-pleasuring without ever mentioning the word.
Can be a little dated at times, as with all old media, but I'd say it's definitely worth watching.
My mother caught me.
Caught you? Doing what?
You know.
McTuey, thank you so much for subscribing. Happy 50 months. Holy moly.
I was alone.
In comparison, vibrators were basically a fifth character in the Sex and the City friend group.
It's a neck massager.
No, it's a vibrator.
And this, like, not only destigmatized the discussion of female sexuality, culturally,
oh my
it also
god,
normalized
the garden
more risque
boy
depictions on TV. Also, pop culture can be good sometimes. While considered highbrow now, William Shakespeare actually wrote plays the common man could enjoy.
Michael, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Choppy Waters.
Because in the 16th century, theaters were relatively affordable. For just 1 penny, you could come see a play, though you'd have to stand. Something my acting teacher once told me is that a play is a medium of words and film.
Oh, did you guys know Donald Trump is in an episode of Sex and the City? It like jump scared me. I didn't even know. I was like, why the what? Like, yo, what the fuck is Donald Trump doing in this TV show?
Film is a medium of images. So all the grammatical marks written into the script and your vocal ability to project, these are much more important factors when you're doing a stage play, and that's by design, because plays were written so that even if an audience member is standing behind a pillar or has a terrible seat because that's all they could afford, they could still understand the story just from hearing the words. Theater used to actually be a much more democratizing art form. At the same time, in defense of fans, I'm very aware that a lot of the media people hate on is media enjoyed by mostly teenage girls. In 1992, Lisa A. Lewis observed that fandom is overwhelmingly associated with adolescent childhood, that is, with a state of arrested development or youth-oriented nostalgia, not mature adulthood. Furthermore, the fan impulse is presented as feminine. At the height of the Twilight phenomenon in 2009, comedian Skylar Stone created a really weird, unfunny stunt in which he tricked Twilight fans into thinking that they were going to see an early screening of New Moon, but instead of showing them the film, he just like yelled at them about how stupid they were.
You're not going to see Twilight New Moon tonight. This is a vampire intervention, since you clearly have no clue what the a vampire is.
Of course, this phenomenon long preceded Twilight, long preceded the 1990s. I was reading this article about how in the 1910s, teenage girls were already being criticized in newspapers and magazines for being too invested in movies and shamelessly wanting to become movie stars themselves. For example, in 1914, a movie patron by the name of Elmer Johnson wrote that the maiden just turned 17, who will sob right out loud in the show when the heroic actor displayed on screen saves the girl from the villain, was the worst type of picture show pest. This kind of framing was also encouraged by the media, so like fan publications such as Motion Picture Magazine and Photoplay prompted spectators to take notes on theater-going audiences that they would then publish. By 1915, Photoplay even rewarded the best overheard anecdote reported by a movie-going reader with a $5 cash prize. As Diana Anselmo Sequeira writes, such an editorial choice ultimately bolstered the visibility of girls as preeminent film consumers, but simultaneously encoded young female spectatorship in unruly foolishness. And look, the reality was that all Americans loved film, regardless of class, gender, or age. Girl fans were just given more opportunities to showcase that affection and given more visibility because of aforementioned reasons. And at the same time, all these men in science, like Thomas Smith Clouston, Sigmund Freud, and G. Stanley Hall, were warning audiences about teenage girl-related issues like hysteria and supernatural possessions. And this all culminated into a culture that was more willing to believe that girl fans were a problem. And not that I think teenage girls even need a logical reason to like anything. I do want to point out that many girls were drawn to movie stardom because it was one of the only vehicles that allowed women professional success and financial independence. For example, in 1916, actress Mary Miles Minter was introduced as the Fairy of Filmdom, a star who at 14 was drawing a salary more than that of a United States senator. And that same year, actress Margaret Clark confessed that after the untimely death of her parents, acting allowed her to be self-sufficient. She also advised her girl fans, money means so much to a girl. Money for a woman means 1,000 luxuries that are more vital to her comfort and enjoyment of life than love.
It's one career all females have in common, whether we like it or not. Being a woman.
Speaking of women, though, we've entered this weird territory now where virtually people, women, themselves can become oversaturated as if they were a piece of media. Brendan Holder wrote a really great Substack essay earlier this year called The People's Princess and the Trap of Overexposure. And if you haven't heard the term People's Princess getting tossed around, it's usually used to describe rising stars, so like Io Edebiri, Renee Rapp, and Ice Spice. And the term was originally used to describe Diana, Princess of Wales, who was well liked for her authenticity and humbleness despite being literal royalty. As Holder writes, to put it plainly, what separates the People's Princess from other it girls is in her name. She's of the people. We uplift her because she's one of us. Her rapid rise is as unlikely as what we could have dared to imagine for ourselves. And because we think so little of ourselves, we view her existence, her success, not only as an achievement on behalf of us, but also in spite of us. We claim her, hoping her shine will rub off on us, our upbringing, our perceived limitations. But ultimately, the fate of the People's Princess is to one day become overexposed and unrecognizable from her once relatable upbringing, sort of like Anne Hathaway or Millie Bobby Brown.
She had a good run in 2023, but I fear that 2024 is the year that the girls turn their back on Renee Rapp. I fear she's going to go the way of a Jennifer Lawrence. I've seen it happen so many times. You love the sass until it just gets to be a little bit too much, and then you decide to take it.
Friend of the channel, Rain Fisher-Kwan, dubbed the public fallout of these female celebrities as getting womaned. In an essay for ID in 2022, she explains the process further. It starts with adoration. She lands starring roles, she writes hit songs, she goes viral, she's new and young and profitable. Then the idolatry begins. Maybe magazines start selling copies by calling her the voice of a generation, or the next Marilyn or Eartha, even though she's barely college age. Maybe they'll label her a feminist icon because she went to a women's march. Maybe she gets too many fans too fast. Either way, she's well on her way to overexposure. The jokes that people found charming 6 months ago are starting to get old, and you're being force-fed her face through every algorithmic channel your phone can handle. And wasn't she always kind of annoying anyway? Look, it's very easy for the tide to turn against someone. I see it time and time again. All it takes is really one small group of people to become annoyed before it snowballs into a massive smear campaign. PM Forney, a founder of the Civility Initiative at Johns Hopkins University, which focuses on manners and social behavior, notes the psychology behind dogpiling. The sensation of belonging to a group of like-minded people activates the pleasure centers of the brain.
You know, I think a really good example of this dogpiling thing is the Mia Khalifa song. If you guys don't know the lore for that song, it's actually insane. But basically, a fake tweet went viral of Mia Khalifa. Like, it wasn't actually Mia Khalifa talking shit about some girl posting in her hijab. Like, I forgot what she was doing. But basically, she was like, you shouldn't be doing this stuff in your hijab. Like, but it was a fake tweet. It wasn't real. That person, like, the person who made the Mia Khalifa diss track song, made that song because of that fake tweet. She didn't even fucking tweet that. It was a fake tweet. And she got a whole diss track made about her getting roasted over something that she didn't even tweet. And then everybody dogpiled. They're like, yeah, Mia Khalifa's a hoe. Yeah, this is a good song. And so like I don't know, it still like somehow worked, and that song is so viral and people still listen to it to this very day. It still is being used on TikTok all the time.
At a certain point, something like what has happened to Miss Hathaway acquired momentum.
It's a fake tweet.
And people were willing and eager to be part of that momentum. And Jack Goncalo, an associate professor of organizational behavior, adds that a lot of Anne's haters probably didn't even harbor negative feelings about her, but were just following a mob mentality. Psychologists call this informational social influence. He explains, if the majority has done my thinking for me, I can move on to something else. People don't want to think. So to continue using Anne Hathaway as an example, because we're already here, in the early 2010s, it was really popular to be a Hathaway hater. They were even dubbed Hatha haters, which, you know, gives extreme jobless behavior, in my opinion. Anne Friedman wrote for The Cut about what most people's problem with Anne was at the time. We simply don't find successful, perfect women all that likable. This was an especially of the moment thought because at the same time, we were seeing the rise of imperfect stars like Jennifer Lawrence. And while I think that nobody is perfect and perceiving someone as perfect is a projection, Jennifer Lawrence definitely leaned into this like klutzy, unfiltered part of her personality, which, you know, maybe made Anne's poise and grace more noticeable in comparison because we love to compare women. As Friedman writes of Lawrence, she's self-effacing and funny. She seems like an excellent party companion, taking just about every opportunity to mention how many shots she's had. Before appearing on Jimmy Kimmel, before the red carpet, after winning the Oscar for Best Actress.
And then I came to the Oscars. I'm sorry, I did a shot before I... Sorry.
But not even Jennifer Lawrence could keep the haters away for too long. In the span of a few years, she went from being framed as this authentic, unapologetic, cool girl to being framed as a pick-me.
Oh, yeah.
Ellen Journey writes for BuzzFeed News, when Jennifer fell for a second time at the 2014 Oscars, public opinion quickly shifted. While her previous mishaps, including her first fall, had endeared her to the public, this incident had the opposite effect. She was accused of being calculated, playing up to the cameras, engineering a viral moment for publicity. Critics began questioning whether she was actually performing a shtick. People online expressed their fatigue with her antics. It's honestly just the catch-22 of being a woman in the spotlight, and Lawrence actually predicted her own downfall before all this even unfolded.
It's always so weird when people accuse you of doing stuff like to get guys to like you. It's like, I don't have to do anything to get guys to like me. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this a joke?
They've removed all the Chelsea Lately clips from YouTube, which goes back to my most recent video about how things on the internet are just disappearing. Friedman reported that in 2012, Lawrence came onto the show and talked about seeing her face on magazine covers in the grocery store. She said, I was like, I'm going to be that person that everybody hates because it's like, here I am all the time.
You know, it's like, they'll do that. They'll be like, oh, you play games to get guys to like you. Like, no, I play games because I like to play games. Like, that seems like a fucking miserable existence, putting hours and hours into something just so that way other people will like you, not because you enjoy it. That's pathetic. Like, oh my God, what a miserable existence. I do not want to do that.
Brendan Holder looks at Zendaya and Taylor Swift as two opposite sides of the exposure spectrum, with Zendaya arguably paving the way for a more sustainable it-girl career. You see, Zendaya is a pretty private person for the most part. She only uses social media to promote her fashion partnerships or her acting projects. Holder writes, Zendaya only walks the red carpet when she's up for an award or presenting one, and then she's gone. It's this in-and-out presence that keeps her valuable and scarce to an industry and fan base that would willingly take more than she has to offer. On the Challenger's press tour, she mentioned in an interview how she wouldn't go out with her castmates or even go to the grocery store because of her fame. She said, when we were shooting, and I remember you guys / everybody was going out and having things, I was like, I'm not going to join you because I think it might make our night not so fun.
I would have just
maybe
been like,
you would have felt a different thing.
Yeah.
It's clear she genuinely doesn't want constant attention. But what ends up happening is that she becomes this mysterious, enigmatic person that, while popular, remains underexposed. and therefore, ironically, more relevant when she does decide to step into the public sphere. In comparison, Taylor Swift has been consistently in the public eye since she started touring again in March 2023. There's been multiple albums, a global tour, a concert film, award show appearances, a private jet emissions controversy, a variety of paparazzi wongs, and highly reported romantic relationships. And while she's probably way richer because of all this press, I've been seeing more and more videos and articles coming out from people who are getting tired of Taylor and starting to turn on her. Overexposure wouldn't be a problem if women were viewed as something other than as consumable objects. I think it's sadly ironic that Anne Hathaway and Jennifer Lawrence have gotten a positive resurgence in the media lately, mostly because they're like hot moms now, and thus consumable in that regard. Also, they're like spotlight adjacent, sort of like Zendaya, in the sense that they are very choosy about how much they give to the public now, which only makes us want more. By the way, this is not to say that women are above criticism. It's like that one tweet, I do not support all women. Some of you bitches are very dumb. And I know that some of you people are going like in the middle of typing comments right now, being like, there's a lot of reasons to dislike Taylor Swift, like blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think there are many valid reasons to dislike any artist, any celebrity. And I do find it critically annoying when someone blames a critic and calls them like misogynist just because they didn't like a Taylor Swift album. So that's not what I'm trying to say at all, okay? Like, let me make that clear. As a last point, I want to include what Eleanor Stern has said about the taking down of women writers in the literary space that I think is really interesting.
On the other hand, it kind of disturbs me that like so much of the sort of literary criticism, like popular literary criticism ecosystem right now is basically people.
Oh, y'all are talking about Gypsy Rose drama? Oh my god. Yeah, they turned on her so quickly, actually. That's so true. I think it was the video where she said, y'all can't bring me down right now. I'm on a high, living my best life. That was, I think, when everybody was like, okay, we hate her now. I remember like the very clear shift after she basically, what was going on was she was going on tours. Like after she got released, like she was like, not tours, right word. She was going on like a PR tour. Like, so she was like going around doing interviews, like collaborating with big creators, pretty much saying yes to anybody who like had a bunch of followers and was asking to, you know, make content with her. And I think once people got the real Gypsy after speculating about her for so long while she was in prison, they realized that they were like that she was just like a normal girl, I guess as normal as you can be for somebody who murdered your own parent, but you know what I mean. They were like, oh, she's like normal and cringy and like has flaws, ew. Like, what did you expect? Like, I don't, yeah, it's very wild.
Becoming literary it girls by writing viral reviews, taking down other literary.
Clearly all those people never watched the act, because if you've seen the act, there is very, very cringy stuff that happens in there. Basically, I think they like show Gypsy's real like logs back and forth with her and her boyfriend, and they're so cringe. And I don't know if there are people who saw that and then expected her to be like any different, I don't know, like I don't know, yeah, the text between the two of them were so cringe, and it's just like now that they're seeing like a realistic version of Gypsy, they're like, we don't like her anymore.
It girls. It's basically the literary version of like Anne Hathaway or like Jennifer Lawrence becoming too popular and then being like demoted to being unpopular again in this endless cycle, except because these people are critics, they themselves are becoming famous and replacing the people they're criticizing.
And yes, so even though I believe that negative and positive reviews fund a healthy art ecosystem, I also think it's worth unpacking why women tend to get the most backlash and whether or not all of it is deserved, or if there's some women in the mix who get the short end of the stick for just being women. thank you all so much for listening. We've reached the end of the video. Yeah, I'm also like super like amped up on coffee right now, so I feel like I need to keep talking, but I really don't need to keep talking. That's all I have to say. Maybe it's your turn to start talking. If you have any opinions on criticism, on women, on female celebrities, on just the idea of like having to play nice in this industry, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll talk to you guys later. Okay, bye.
Well, now that we're on the topic of
We continuously expect
of idolizing people and why it's bad, and like creating an idealized image of people in your head is bad. We're gonna watch this video by Salem titled "Stop Letting Influencers Be Your Moral Compass."
Awareness from people who aren't even self-aware. Let them eat cake.
Who took the bomb?
Hailey Bailey just accidentally started a revolution against the rich
And I'm
famous.
gonna go pee and get a
With
snack.
Hailey Bailey
I'll be right back.
because she posted this video. You see, while at the Met Gala, she posted a video with the sound that said, "Let them eat cake." Now, due to that context, people feel that what Hailey Bailey did was not only extremely out of touch, but some people are even going as far to call it sinister for her to use that audio.
She knew exactly what she was doing.
Pair your Met Gala look with this sound and to essentially say, well, I'm sorry you're suffering, but I'm out here having a great time.
They finally said let them eat cake out loud. You might have just unlocked the rage of millions of people, and I would suggest looking into how that story ends.
This is why people are triggered. So not only is that influencer saying let them eat cake at a time when regular people in the United States can't afford groceries.
I never would have chosen a sound on purpose to highlight wealth disparity or elitism. I never even thought it would be taken in that way because I wasn't elite enough to even be invited to the Met Gala because I'm not elite. I'm a normal person.
Hello, my name is Salem, and I just ordered a 6-piece from Popeyes with extra Cajun mashed potatoes on the side.
Thank you for that. Do you guys even remember me? It's been like 2 whole months since I've last uploaded. If you guys have forgotten me, it is me, Salem, and welcome back to my Chanel ASMR commentary. Hi. Do you guys like my sweatshirt? It's Gail from Baldur's Gate.
Why he kind of look like Hosier?
If you guys have been wondering where I've been, I was like so incredibly bedriddenly sick for almost 3 weeks straight. I'm pretty sure I had something called walking pneumonia. At one point, I even had to go to the emergency room. But alas, the American healthcare system just told me,
there's nothing wrong with you, just drink water.
And then after that, I went to a couple of concerts, and then I went to Vegas. And then when I came back home, I just kind of procrastinated, because honestly, I just didn't feel like coming back. But now I'm back. I'm ready to jump back on the YouTube horse and ride it. Pause. Don't even. We don't get down like Vosh around here, okay? I have missed so much. The internet suffered without my presence. Like, y'all really needed me. First things first, Jojo Siwa. Why? She really went from My Littlest Pet Shop to a knockoff Kiss member. She was a bad girl. She did some bad things. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's what I get for singing such a cursed song. Yeah, she was a bad girl and she did do bad things, such as hanging out with James Charles and Colleen Ballinger. Kendrick Lamar absolutely destroyed Drake. Rest in peace, Drake. You unfortunately will not be missed. The only people who will be missing you are your 15 other children who don't get to see you on Christmas. Oh my gosh, I also missed like the whole J-Lo hate train thing that was going on. I have never actually met a real life J-Lo fan. J-Lo is J-Lo's biggest fan.
I like taking my hair out like this
It reminds me like when I was 16 in the Bronx, running up and down the block. A crazy little girl, be wild and no limits, all dreams.
Okay. Whatever that means.
She doesn't even sing her own songs, and she's rude as hell.
What are you wearing tonight?
Speaking of the Met Gala, apparently I missed that too. I swear, I don't know the actual schedule for the Met Gala. It just happens when it happens, and I miss it every time because I don't care. But I do like judging their outfits. Miss Zendaya slayed. Tyla reinforced my body dysmorphia. 8. Ariana Grande came to destroy not only the red carpet, but also families and marriages, you know. Kim Kardashian left crumbs. This is real fashion. This to me is giving Versace, you know. And surprisingly, for once, there wasn't a lot of influencers there being annoying. However, there was one influencer that went viral recently named Hailey Bailey. Hailey Bailey is a TikToker with 10 million followers. Okay, well, my bad. 9 million followers after this whole debacle. Hailey Bailey is known for comedy skits and looking like the female version of Handsome Squidward. She recently got into some hot water by pissing off like a bunch of people for doing a Met Gala look. Now you might think at first, wow, the internet truly has nothing better to do. Now they're getting mad at people sharing their outfits, which first of all, yes, but this time it's a little deeper than that, guys. It's a little deeper. She recently went onto TikTok to share a video of her Met Gala inspired outfit, and her video went incredibly viral. Not because of the beautiful makeup or the look, but instead it went viral because it got a lot of criticism due to the audio Miss Hailey Bailey used.
Let them eat cake.
So if you're confused as to why people would see that and get upset, it's mostly because of 3 things, okay? First, timing. Second, the term let them eat pastel. And 3, the apology afterwards. There are many people who are confused as to what let them eat cake means. So put on your thinking caps because this is going to be a quick historical lesson from me. Let them eat cake is a phrase commonly attributed to Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France during the French Revolution. The French Revolution was during a time where the rich were getting richer and the poor were getting poorer, and this led to an overthrowing of the French monarch. Let them eat cake. This phrase is supposed to reflect her obliviousness and her callousness to the struggle of the brokies. It was a response from Marie Antoinette when being told that her subjects had nothing to eat. So sis was like, okay, let them eat cake then. For modern translation, Marie Antoinette basically said, okay, well, it's your fault that you're poor, dirty, and ugly. So why don't you just go eat air? Like, if you're homeless, just go buy a house. Like, she was giving very that. And then the peasants were like, oh, okay, how about we just slay you? And then she got the guillotine. The phrase has since gone to kind of represent this dystopian discrepancy within the classes of wealth in the world, where the rich are kind of always oblivious to the lower classes' real struggles. Fast forward to modern days, people are saying that Hailey Bailey is the modern representation of Marie Antoinette, and that her using that audio of her showing off her Met Gala look, an event that represents the very, very wealthy, while there is a lot of horrible stuff going on in the world right now, gave the same energy. A lot of people were like, how about we give her the modern day version of the guillotine? Getting blocked. It just led to a whole thing. Just as the death of Marie Antoinette started a whole revolution, people are believing that giving influencers and celebrities the social guillotine will do the same. People are saying that this whole thing is giving District 12 vibes. We really do be living in the real life Hunger Games, I'm not even gonna lie. Of course, people dragged Hailey Bailey by her greñas, and
I am back, and I have leftover egg drop soup that I made at home, and some this is called cucumber salad. It's soy sauce, sugar, sesame seeds, rice vinegar, and cucumbers, of course. Some green onion too. Maybe I got a little bit more than a snack. It's kind of like lunch or dinner, I don't know.
And she then decided to follow up to this backlash by doing an apology video. She apologized for using the audio. She said that she didn't understand the social implications behind it or the historical implications behind it. She said that she just used an audio that matched her outfit and that many other people were using that audio, so she didn't think any less or more of using that audio. And honestly, I believe her.
Because influencers are actually surprisingly not as aware as everyone thinks they should be.
This is getting serious. Let me put my mushroom down. Many people did not respond to this apology well and did not believe her when she said that she did not know what the audio meant, accusing her of being malicious, evil, intentionally harmful, etc., etc. Despite there being so many other people who had no idea what the phrase even meant. In fact, there is no proof that Marie Antoinette even said this either. So why are people freaking out over this whole thing? Why do we take influencers and celebrities so incredibly serious, especially ones who are clearly really well off, have never had real jobs in their life, don't even know the price of milk nowadays, people who think it's justifiable to pay $15 for an Air One smoothie just because Hailey Bieber shops there? These are the people you guys really want to be your moral compass? Make it make sense. We continuously expect awareness from people who aren't even self-aware. Let me cook. I was putting in the vegetables, okay? I was seasoning the broth, but now I'm putting in the chili peppers, okay? I know this one's gonna be a little spicy, but bear with me because I have a lot to say and I have a feeling that you might just agree with me or not. And if you don't, then just be nice about it because I just a little guy and it kind of hurts my feelings. So get into your pajamas, get into bed with me, grab some Wawa. Oh my god, my water bottle just spilled everywhere. I love being an absolute mess. It's my favorite. So grab some water, grab some snacks, relax, and let's get into this. You know, let's just chit chat. Let's do a debrief of all of this. But of course, before we get into today's topic, I haven't uploaded in like a million days. So shout out to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. If you want to save money and be on top of your expenses, Rocket Money got you covered. Don't know where that
Dude, it is Whispercore.
Going at the end of the month that you could have used for McDonald's for.
Part 1. Influencers trying to be relatable, double standards, and cake.
So I have already touched on the whole let them eat cake controversy. Her original TikTok has been deleted, but there are TikToks upon TikToks of people stitching, duetting, remixing, whatever there is nowadays to her TikTok, just giving her a lot of criticism.
They finally said let them eat cake out loud. You might have just unlocked the rage of millions of people, and I would suggest looking into how that story ends.
I'm slurping up this egg soup and I almost just choked to death. That was a big chunk of egg. Oh my god.
This is why people are triggered. Regular people in the United States can't afford groceries.
And due to this, she then made an apology. Like I mentioned earlier, if you guys were listening, that's right, I'm talking to you. Now, when I first reacted to the beginning part of this apology video, I actually thought she did a pretty good job addressing everything.
This now brings me to the audio that I used for that particular video. And first and foremost, before I say anything, I need to apologize. I am so sorry.
By the way, this egg soup is fire. If anybody wants to make egg soup, all you need is eggs, cornstarch, and chicken bouillon. That's it. There's other spices too. Like there's a little bit of turmeric and sesame oil, but you don't have to add that. It's not like a necessity. Egg drop soup is a classic. Where's the bread though? I mean, you can eat it with a side of bread. Usually this is just like an appetizer meal, but it's got a lot of protein because it's like 3 eggs for 4 cups. So what, it's like 2.5 eggs per serving. Because like I made this soup. This is the leftovers. This is half of what I made. So this is like 2.5, not 2. This is 1.5 eggs. Is really good. I bought a shit ton of eggs today. Oh yeah. I'm like a huge egg hater, so I have to like consume it a bunch of different ways for me to not want to throw up while I'm eating them.
My dumb self just used an audio that I thought was viral and trending and that people recognized from the Marie Antoinette 2006 movie, Let Them Eat Cake. The sound choice truly had no deeper meaning. I never would have chosen a sound on purpose to highlight wealth disparity or elitism. I never even thought it would be taken in that way.
Wow, that sure was a good explanation. I hope she doesn't
She didn't
ruin
say
it
that,
with anything else.
Taken in that way because I wasn't elite enough to even be invited to the Met Gala because I'm not elite. I'm a normal person.
Girl, well... I spoke too soon. A normal person? A normal person? I don't think a normal person has 9 million followers on TikTok or lives in an apartment that costs like $10,000 a month, okay? Oh my god, it's actually $17,000 a month. What the? I feel like this apology has definitely made the backlash a million times worse.
Insane.
She actually was doing a very good job addressing everything, but it wasn't until she pulled the whole relatability card. You are not relatable, and that's actually okay. If there is one thing that Hailey Bailey got right in her apology, is that there is definitely a double standard going on right now. Am I being gaslit? This is the most influencer thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm just like you guys, I swear. Video. You forgot the ukulele. Okay, let's not take it that far, y'all. There is no way that some of you guys are comparing her to a literal because of her.
Like, I'm still considered to be like, you know, poor, but I would consider myself like not a normal person. And the reason why is because I don't work like a regular job, and my life is extremely, I feel like this might be controversial, but I feel like my life is extremely luxurious in the aspect of like my time that I spend. Like I have the luxury, I can sleep in whenever I want. I have the luxury, I can take the day off whenever I want. I may not have like health insurance, but if something bad happens to me, I probably can go to the doctors and afford whatever treatment I might need. Unless if it's like, you know, like a chronic illness where I have to consistently go back to the hospital, then I would probably drain my bank account. But like the fact that I even have that, like, or like an emergency fund makes me like way more secure than the average person. You know what I mean? Like even I wouldn't sit there and say like, oh, I'm just like you guys, because not really. Like I don't have a regular job anymore. And I have a lot more luxurious of a life than the average 9-to-5 worker. Does that mean I don't do work? No. Okay. Like, but the thing that I'm trying to say is like influencers need to stop pretending like they're just like everybody else, because they're not. Their life is like way fucking better in the sense that they have so much fucking freedom. And especially if they make a bunch of money, especially if you make a bunch of money off of it. Oh my god, dude. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know. I feel lucky enough to be able to just make a living. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I feel like I've made it. And I couldn't imagine sitting there with fucking 10 million followers trying to be like, I'm just like you guys. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not. I'm not in LA. No, I moved out of LA because it's too expensive. Guys, when I started streaming, I literally had no money. All I had was fucking 3 suitcases worth of my own personal belongings after moving away from Colorado. And I was so fucking broke. I was looking for a job, and then I started streaming. And I managed to start making more money than I could possibly ever make in minimum wage in like the first month of me streaming. And I was just like, okay, well, I guess this is my job now. And now here we are. That was like 4 years ago. I am in such a better position now than I was 4 years ago, thanks to streaming. And I couldn't have possibly gotten to where I am with like a regular 9-to-5 or whatever the fuck, a minimum wage. What the job I was working before I quit and moved back to California, I think I worked for $14 an hour, and I got overtime too. Did I manage to save up a bit of money? Yes, but only because the company that I worked for provided free or reduced housing for their employees. Most of it was reduced. Only a few people got free. I think the free was only for international students, or not students, international workers. But for the people who like wanted to live there and work there, they gave us like reduced rent. So like I only had to pay like $600 for rent for my own studio apartment, which is fucking good. Okay. And I wasn't even paying for the studio apartment the whole time. I was halfway through, I switched to a studio apartment because I used to live in like a room rental situation where there were multiple people in one place. And then that was only like $300 a month. So I managed to save up enough money to move to California and coast for a bit, and thank fucking God my streaming took off, because if it didn't, then I would probably be at another minimum wage job right now. I'd probably still be doing that, you know? You see these influencers getting hosting gigs and movie gigs and shit, and they want to say they're relatable. Oh my God, I know, right? Like, it's just bullshit. Like, and this is what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know, even trying to compare like my situation to the average person, I would say it's not the same. Like, I have it better. Now imagine Haley Bailey's situation. Holy shit, dude. Like, just literally lying, just a Weasley little liar.
For using a bad TikTok audio at a bad time. Watching from District 12, they said as they scroll on their iPhone 12 Max Pro the third, that was made by the most exploitative company ever, that makes $383.3 billion a year, while they used an app that literally funded the Met Gala, the very event that they're supposedly mad at. If you really wanted to make a difference, we could all just delete TikTok from our phones. I understand why having a phone may be a necessity nowadays, but TikTok is definitely not a necessity. I feel like people are valid in feeling angry and wanting some sort of justice or starting a movement, but I feel like they're misplacing their anger and justice in the wrong areas. I literally saw someone criticizing Haley Bailey for her apartment while living in an apartment like this, and then when people were calling her out about her also living in a nice place, she was like, y'all, I just pay $5,000 of rent, which is not even a lot. Like,
the call is coming from the inside of the house.
There's definitely a double standard there, is the usage of audio. One of the points Haley Bailey brought up is how there were also many other users and TikTokers who were using that same exact sound. However, she's the only one who got a lot of criticism for it.
When I film my TikToks, I love to use trending audios and sounds that people are currently using, and this was one of them. The sound has been used in over 110,000 TikTok videos. It's the current trending audio of a glow-up trend in the United States and abroad. It's also been used by different makeup artists in the last couple weeks to create Marie Antoinette looks.
Let them eat cake.
Who took the bomb?
Been used by big and small creators alike with no name.
Let's refocus here. Now, why are people focusing on you specifically if a bunch of other people posted to the audio? I wonder.
Feedback or negative discussion in the comments.
Let them eat cake.
Who took the bomb?
Let them eat cake.
Who took the
Let them eat cake.
Who took the
Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake.
Who took the bomb?
The sound choice truly had no deeper meaning.
Unfortunately, because Haley Bailey lied about attending the Met Gala, she did in fact attend a Met Gala after party, and unfortunately because her apology came across tone deaf, these really good points did not come across whatsoever. But outside of the context of the apology video, these points remain true even outside of her situation. As an audience, we pick and choose what to be mad at. What things slide, what things don't slide, what things pass, and what things don't. And it can at times get very confusing.
I mean, it makes sense though. Like, it's the whole punching down situation. Like, if I were to dress up like, I don't know, somebody in a position of power and then like make fun of them, you wouldn't take it seriously. Like, but if a person of power does it like like the opposite way, where they dress up, where they like make fun of somebody who has way less power than them, you'd be like, that's really fucked up. It's like the same thing. It's like the reason that most of these people can post like an audio of themselves like cosplaying as Marie Antoinette is because they're actually broke in real life. They are the ones eating cake, right? Like that's the disconnect. Like people said earlier, Hailey Bailey is like a modern Marie Antoinette. And she isn't in a way. The way that she isn't is she isn't directly responsible for the wealth inequality that exists. Most of the people aren't. Most of the people who are rich, who are like, you know, super fucking wealthy, they aren't necessarily in charge of that. It's the people who have all of the wealth, like the really fucking rich people. I wouldn't say Hailey Bailey is part of that. But it's like she has enough money for her to be taken as somebody who has that type of money. And it's like, that's the difference between her doing it and somebody else, is like she has enough money to change so many people's lives, and yet she doesn't because of, you know, societal standards, the way things are. Rich people don't feel like they are responsible for solving everybody's problems with, you know, with their own money. They don't feel obligated to help. They don't feel obligated to help people who need money. And I mean, it is part of a bigger issue. It's obviously like if we say like Hailey Bailey fucking disappeared, it's not like things would be fixed and wealth disparity would go away, right? But it's just like I totally get it. I totally get why people are specifically choosing her to get mad at.
Part 2, the good, the bad, and the business of influencing. Why some are good, why some are bad, and why some say
God, that
nothing.
egg soup was so good.
Now, I'm
my
not gonna
gosh.
sit here and act like
I'm such a good cook.
You guys are so mean to her. Like, she's human too. I get it, okay? I'm not finished with the soup yet. I'm not finished with the soup, so don't taste it. It's too hot to take a sip of right now, okay? I genuinely believe that it was just such wrong timing. And I know there's so many people who are saying that there was no way that she could have not known what that audio meant. And that is a very hard pill for the audience to swallow, because they expect people with platforms to know things. But then again, there are people like the Kardashians who have massive platforms and they don't know nothing about anything. They don't even have talent. This is the reality of many big, rich, privileged celebrities and influencers nowadays. Are people valid in being upset? Yes. Are you allowed to give criticism? Yes. Am I trying to infantilize the majority of influencers or Hailey Bailey? No, I'm simply trying to have a realistic approach to the situation. We definitely need to have people who have platforms be educated, be in the loop of current affairs. And it's not much to ask them to be aware of these things or speak out on these things. However, I think we need to stop being surprised when these people who are out of touch approach a problem very wrong. And that's because that is not their expertise. These people are not philosophers. They are not politicians. I wouldn't go to James Charles to talk to our children about internet safety. You know, it's like giving very much that. We need to give this energy to people who know how to use it. People with influence. Oh, my Sour Patch bag. People with influence. No, not that type of influence for some reason. This type of influence. There is a difference between a content creator and an influencer. And here's the thing. Every influencer is a content creator, but not every content creator is an influencer.
True.
It kind of is the same thing, but there's differences here and there. A content creator.
Thank you, Salem. Oh my God. It's so annoying when people like, you know, who don't know what I do. Or like, so are you an influencer? I'm like, do I look like an influencer? Do I fucking look like an influencer?
Their main focus is primarily on producing original content such as videos,
I'm not,
podcasts,
by the way, I'm not
other
an
forms
influencer.
of digital media. And the majority
Just a
of their
content creator.
purpose is to inform, entertain, educate based on their expertise, passion, and creativity. Now, the influencer kinda does the same, but their content is more monetization based. Their main focus is leveraging their online presence and follower base to influence the audience's purchasing decisions or to influence their audience's opinions and behaviors on things that are trending. The main purpose of their content is to promote brands, start trends themselves. Many people accidentally tie the two together or don't know the difference.
I mean, that's why I just call myself an e-girl, you know? It's just like a nice little, like, it's like, I feel like it's the easiest way to explain myself, you know?
So I feel like that is what's causing the expectations to be kind of very warped. But the way that we can really determine who to really target when it comes to these things of who do we want to talk about what is look at their niche.
What is their content? What do they influence specifically? If you are looking at a content creator that is more on the influencer side of things, bases their entire content on sponsorships, brands, reviews, stuff like that, gets a lot of free PR, is more on the business side of things, they're most likely not going to speak up on the things that you want them to speak up about. This is because the majority of content creators who are more influencer based care about being brand friendly, and brand friendly means don't speak up about anything. Just review this lip gloss, okay? Here's $50,000. Now, this doesn't go to say that some content creators who are more influencer based aren't educated or are dumb, because it's a bad generalization and I would never go with that. If a large content creator and or influencer or celebrity wants to speak out on something that they're passionate about, they should be able to. But they don't. The brand-friendly content creator, celebrity, and or influencer who have grown their platform on being relatable, the funny one, the not so serious one, struggle with this the most. And this type of influencer is pretty common nowadays. Even Hailey Bailey's bio saying, "A land where nothing is serious." They're afraid to go against their own branding. If their branding is the funny one, the relatable one, the not serious one, how are they gonna look when they break it by being serious? Honestly, it is not that deep, but to the influencer, it is, because they navigate more in the lens of being a brand versus the content creator who tends to create on the basis of what inspires them. However, both influencer and content creator have been labeled and seen as one-dimensional. They either make one type of content, beauty, comedy, commentary, etc., etc., but they cannot dip into both. And because of this, many of these influencers and content creators are afraid to step out of that one-dimensional content creation pattern or box. They're afraid to break that fourth wall. They're afraid to break the one dimension. Influencers and content creators at the end of the day are human too, and humans are multidimensional beings. So why don't the majority of influencers and content creators and even celebrities dare to break that fourth wall, dare to break the one dimension? Well, could it be possible that we don't let them? Kinda. Final part, distrust, paranoia, and burning witches.
In general, there has been this huge distrust that I've noticed with social media influencers and content creators.
Because of the years and years of scams ran by influencers, content creators doing the most sus stuff with their fans, this, and so much more that, bro, I don't even want to think about right now. And it strangely created this culture and atmosphere of extreme paranoia that every influencer is lying to you, that they're secretly under your bed late at night trying to sell you a cheap lipstick from TikTok shop at 3 a.m. So when an influencer does a little oopsie, it is already being translated and viewed through the lens.
This isn't AI, this is a person. Her name's Salem.
Of the premeditated resentments and mass paranoia. That's why whenever an influencer like Hailey Bailey tries to explain their mistake, it seems almost virtually impossible to ever think in any some sort of, universe within the multiverse that maybe possibly there could be a chance that maybe she genuinely didn't mean it to be harmful. Her response was awful, yes, I'm not defending that, but I believe that two things can be true at once. The fact that people are saying that she needs to get the guillotine, dude, that's crazy.
I don't understand why we are so unconditionally loving towards male influencers and why we're so callous towards women influencers. Male influencers are allowed to be goofy and have fun and get things wrong and make mistakes. They're allowed to film bodies in a forest and still go on to have a very beautiful, thriving career.
But guys, he's just being a little silly guy. He didn't know any better. There was no way for him to know any better. Plus, it was such a long time ago. Can't you guys just be nice and merciful? No one giving that energy to any female creator, bro.
Throughout history, women have always been the scapegoat to every revolutionary movement. Even in history, women could be standing there and doing nothing and people are like, witch! Seeing that in a modern day lens where they're seen as disposable, as people who can't grow or learn, as people who aren't worthy of unconditional love, as we have seen time and time again, that is given to male influencers all the time.
But no matter how you identify,
people rely way too heavily on influencers to be their guides in life, to be their moral compass. And I just don't agree with that. This is gonna sound cheesy, but you sometimes gotta be your own influencer. I said it. I said it. I said it. I said it. Sue me. You still have influence. You have influence with your parents, with your siblings, with your Uncle Gary at Thanksgiving.
I feel like this is like a thing that everybody kind of goes through, though. Like, you kind of like finally learn, like, hey, maybe I should stop listening to those people online and just start figuring out what I like and what's good for me. Like, specifically, I guess what I would talk about would be like, I don't know, like makeup, right? Like, there's like some people just have different preferences. It's like the same thing as like it's like, I don't know, like with influencing, I feel like you would think, like, I don't know, it's a universal thing like that this person is promoting, like, oh, this is great, everybody would like this product. But then it's not true. It's like, you know, people just have their fucking preferences. Like, I've had people like just go like, oh my god, you see this new product, this new amazing product, oh my god, everybody wants it, it's selling out, blah blah blah, and then I buy it and I try it and I'm like, it's really not that good. I don't know why everybody's freaking out about it. It's not life-changing, it's not different. And after you do that enough times, you learn your lesson, right? Like, you're like, oh, maybe this is just all bullshit. And you just start to learn, like, you know, like, I should just try things on my own and figure out what works for me and stop letting other things I think the only time I let TikTok influence me is when I see new recipes. That is the only time I will try things, is like when I see something that is like this is from TikTok. This cucumber salad recipe, I got this from TikTok. Delicious. I fucking love this shit. This actually, I'm so thankful I was influenced into trying this because it's actually good. But when you get influenced by things like products, be very wary. They're just trying to get you to buy shit, right? I'm not saying like don't have fun, okay? Like, I have fun, right? Like, I just showed you an example in which I was influenced, but in a good way. But I think when it comes to like commodities that you buy, like, you need to buy this new item, think first. Like, always think about it. Like, you know, am I like, do I really need to buy this thing? Like, do I really need to spend money on this thing? And most of the time you don't, right? Like I remember I was like on TikTok and I was like looking at this thing that was like a little like snack box container, and I was like, man, I really want that. But then I was like, wait, that's stupid. I don't need that. I can just like put all of my snacks on a plate. I don't need like a container for the snacks, you know? You just think about it for like a couple seconds and you're just like, oh wait, I already have something that does that just fine.
You still have influence.
It just looks a little different, but that's okay, guys.
Let's focus on the people who do care. Let's focus on the people who want to learn, the influencers who are trying, and let's stop being so angry at the people who are getting it wrong. If they're continuously getting it wrong, turn off your phone and go outside. I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say is, it's not that deep, but it also is. You just gotta find your version of deep, okay?
I feel like your experience, you said your experience is different. Is it because you're older? I feel like people who are younger are more susceptible to the influencing thing. You know, like I've noticed as like a trend on TikTok, yep, you're okay, see, you're older. Yeah, that's not, I'm not calling you old, but you know what I mean? Like I feel like young people are really, really, really susceptible to this. Like people who just got into their 20s are like most susceptible to like Stanley craze, fucking, you know, like all that shit. Like it's just I feel like, yeah, I feel like older people are probably a lot more immune to this because, as I've said, like, you know, it's like a preference thing. Like you know most of your preferences now once you're older, like what you like and what you don't like and how you like to do things. So yeah. So old. You're you're only like you're not that much older than me. I'm 27. Well, I'm gonna be 27 soon, so I'm gonna be 27 next month. I'm old enough to know even music is a scam to make someone else rich. Copyright free music is just as good. There's music is a scam. That is a hot take. That is a really hot take. I agree that there's a lot of scam music though. There's music out there that is just fucking horrible and was just shitted out to make a profit, but yeah.
And you gotta find the right people to dig that deepness with, alright? And with that being said, honestly guys, that is all I had to say for today's video. I have to pee. So bad. It's not even funny. Thank you guys so much for watching and hearing me yap. If you guys made it to the end of the video, comment down a duck emoji down below to let me know that you watched the entire thing and you win an internet hug. Bring it in, pal. If you guys haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe, and also hit that notification bell right by the subscribe button so you get notified whenever I upload. And comment down below what you think, but be nice about it or else I'll cry.
Comment the duck
you guys
emoji.
can also follow me on Instagram at _SalemTovar_. I also have a podcast called the Salem Tovar Podcast. I know, so creative. It's on Apple Music, Spotify, and any streaming platform. Go ahead and give it a listen. And honestly, that is it for today's episode. Y'all know I gave you guys some homework. Be nice, and that's it. Thank you guys again so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Duck emoji, quack. No, it's hard to comment emojis when you're on PC. I don't even know how. Like, I'd have to like copy paste it. I do the exact same thing, googling emojis. I like comojis instead. Comojis on top. Have you guys seen comojis? Very uwu, yeah. Some oldies are good, but you'll realize you're just seeing that with a vibe you had when you listen to it, like a flashback when the smell of the air brings you back to that time you played in the park with your friends or something. What? Oh my gosh, I love this one. Hee. I was replying to someone asking if I liked oldies. I know, but I'm just confused. You know, I'm not gonna try to make sense of it. It's fine. I'm sure you make sense and I'm just having an aneurysm. I don't know. It's okay though. No need to explain yourself.
Oh boy. So you might have noticed that a lot of people are talking about bears right now. There hasn't been an uptick in interest in nature documentaries, and no, they're not talking about that stressful cooking show featuring the tragic little chef with big sad blue eyes. About a month or so ago, a hypothetical was presented in a street interview and started to be shared around social media. Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
And almost unanimously, women everywhere have answered that they would prefer the bear.
Bear. With a bear. Bear. Probably a bear. Definitely a bear. A bear.
The response to this, of course, has been for men to initiate a thoughtful discussion about the topic.
I never hit a woman violently.
You should expect an encounter with slippery skin soon enough.
No one said anything about serial killers. Nobody said anything about Jeffrey Dahmer.
Would I rather my mom be in the woods with a guy or a creature that would hunt her, jump up, grab her by the face, chomp down, cause her to have to take her thumb, jab it into its eyes?
So, what? Let's talk about it. Just a quick warning up top, we are going to be getting into some pretty dark territory here. While I'll be doing my best to stay within YouTube's guidelines, I'm going to have to cover some upsetting material. So I thought maybe we could lighten the mood a little bit. Rawr. This costume is extraordinarily hot. I already regret this decision, but I'm committed. Now, am I potentially gonna make a few people upset with this video? Do I in the woods? Yes, but I think this conversation is very important, so if you are someone who got angry the moment you saw the thumbnail, then I would just ask that you bear with me and watch till the end of the video. Okay, let's start off by clarifying some things, because despite the fact that this hypothetical is extremely simple, there seems to be a lot of people unintentionally, and perhaps intentionally, misunderstanding it. First off, you don't get to choose the man you're stuck in the woods with, like this charming fellow whose favorite Pop-Tart flavor is cinnamon. Apparently. That would obviously destroy the whole point of the hypothetical. If it's a choice between a bear or, say, Bear Grylls, I'm choosing the survivalist who will return my happy ass back to its natural habitat, sitting in front of my computer, playing Fallout 4 again, because the only type of light that should be touching this delicate skin is blue. This debate has quickly devolved into one side presenting statistics, personal testimonies, and criminal cases, while the other side taps the heels of their red pill slippers together, screaming, "Not all men, not all men, not all men," with their fingers jammed in their ears. Ooh, it's a random manga panel with barely legible text. I'll be here all week. I'm sure I'm about to read something intellectually stimulating. Remember, it's
Funky probably chooses 4 because Funky probably likes like the Sims aspect of it, most likely. Usually when people pick Fallout 4, it's because they like the settlements.
Man or bear, not fist or bear. Hey, quick question, weeb. Who's doing all the assaults then? Because as we've mentioned on this channel before, according to the NSVRC, 1 in 5 women has experienced assault or attempted assault during her lifetime. That's millions of women, and unless they're all being harassed by Diddler Dave, who is skewing the statistics with his incredible efficiency, mathematically speaking, there must be a non-trivial amount of men committing this type of crime. How these MFers feel after making all men feel like they are rapists. Hey bud, you see how these two things are not the same? Isn't it so cool how they are not the same? But since we don't want men to feel bad about themselves, please tell us which ones women should avoid. Do they walk differently than other men? Talk differently? What kind of shoes do they wear? Look, imagine you're at a party. I know, just suspend your disbelief. Imagine you're at a party and somebody walks in with a bowl of M&Ms. Super lazy for a potluck, but whatever. Now imagine you knew that some of these M&Ms were poisoned. Would you take that risk? I mean, come on, they're not all poisoned. What are you, some kind of freak who prefers Skittles? That's the position that women are put in whenever they interact with a man. They have to just put their hand in that bowl and hope for the best. So I'm as bad as any serial killers now. Aw, I'm sorry you came to that completely unrelated and self-centered conclusion. That must be really hard for you. But don't feel too bad for him though, because if you make the mistake of defending pity parties like this one, you might just make yourself a target, like this minor running a Star Wars meme account who said that she would choose the man, and then was immediately overwhelmed by hordes of freaks commenting graphic descriptions of what they would do to her as a reward. Great job, fellas. This is so dumb. If the man is my husband or dad, brother, best friend, he would kill himself protecting you. Not sure what kind of men you guys know. Interesting, irrelevant factoid, Helen. Too bad I don't get to choose your heroic family members and or friends in this scenario. For your
Isn't the Skittles percentage opinion also used to demonize Muslims and non-white people? I've literally never heard it before. And if it is, I doubt Funky knows that, and I doubt Funky would intentionally do something like that. Using the Skittles percentage in a nefarious manner. I don't think... I mean, I'm not saying it's not a thing, but I personally never heard that before. How dare they use a Chainsaw Man panel? Oh, I missed it. I freaking missed it.
For information, the kind of men I know are frankly epic, and I love to hang out with them because they laugh at my jokes. But they're also just kind people who are sympathetic and understanding when I bring up women's issues, instead of blowing a blood vessel trying to defend their honor.
What I'm trying to say is I'm sorry if that is a thing, but I'm saying this creator is definitely not a racist. And they didn't, they probably didn't, that's probably not, it probably has no relation, right? I'm saying that you hearing people use the Skittles percentage opinion in a racist manner doesn't relate to Funky using the Skittles thing while talking about men.
I ain't never hit a woman violently. I ain't never put a violent hand on a woman. I ain't never assaulted a woman. No, none of that. Ever.
Wow, man, that's super cool. Should we throw a party? Should we invite the Dalai Lama?
The hypothetical is, would you rather encounter the average adult human male in the woods when you are alone, or a bear? No one said anything about serial killers. Nobody said anything about Jeffrey Dahmer. Stop changing the hypothetical.
Wrong. You were the one changing the hypothetical. The man in the forest could be any man, from the most dangerous, perverted sicko that's ever roamed the streets to a Ned Flanders-esque fatherly figure holding an impossibly delicious mug of hot chocolate. I feel like I'm going insane. It's a random man or a random bear. So questions like, what if the man is nice? What if the man is me? What if I have a gun? What if the man is gay? What if the bear is gay? Are completely irrelevant. The bear is gay, though. Instead of trying to understand why women might feel unsafe around men, many men have decided that women are simply uninformed about the dangers of bear attacks and have taken it upon themselves to educate them.
My mom got mauled by a bear. Here's a book she wrote about it. Here's a better look. So even though the question's not really in good faith, probably, I have some experience with this question.
Just because women are answering a question in a way that makes you personally uncomfortable doesn't mean that the question was asked in bad faith. Now, after going over the details of his mother's injuries, which she thankfully survived, he concludes with this.
So if you're asked this question and you take more than a second to come up with the same species as your answer, then honestly, I'm grateful that you've lived such a privileged life that your answer is the bear.
Interesting. I wonder,
privileged for choosing the bear? How fucking brain dead are you? Holy shit. privileged for being sexually assaulted and scared of men as a result? Privileged? What the fuck?
Would you call Junka Furuta privileged? How about 12-year-old Kimberly Leach? Was she privileged? You know what? I think I'm gonna have to read your mom's book because the details just really aren't adding up for me. You see, I know that bear. It's a good friend of mine, and it's never attacked me. I mean, what was your mom wearing? Are you sure she didn't want the bear to attack her?
It don't sound like that lady wanted to choose the bear. It sounded like she wanted to choose the man instead.
Whoa, wait. You're telling me that bears are apex predators? That they're not cuddly rainbow friends that saw...
I mean, like, yeah, the Junko thing is also really horrific, and that's just one of many examples. Like, there's also one that I recently heard of, unfortunately, on TikTok. There was a girl who was, who was basically, you know, somebody fucking tricked her and caught her, like, alone and ended up raping and murdering her and dumped her body in a park. And a man came across her body, and guess what he did? A totally unrelated man found her body. Guess what he did? I don't even have to fucking tell you, because you already know. You already fucking know. And the fact that you would know, like, you would even think that, like, you know what I mean? Just goes to show, like you have these preconceived biases in your head about men and the awful things that they do, right? You know what? The fact that I don't even have to fucking tell you, and you know what happened to her. Her dead body. And that's just one of many examples. Necromancy? No. I'm sorry for laughing. Necrophilia, but yeah.
Solve problems with the magic of kindness? That they don't make marmalade sandwiches and talk in British accents?
No, necromancy is like magic, death magic. It's okay. No, you're fine. You actually provided me a little bit of comedic relief, which I really needed.
Gulp. What am I gonna do now?
Fellas, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a woman or a bear? Let me know, because I think, you know what? I think I would rather choose the bear, because at least with the bear's not gonna just date me for my money and in the divorce take half my stuff.
He's going in the volcano. He's going in the volcano. Put him in the volcano now.
Or more.
The worst possible thing you could think of a woman doing to you is dipping into your bank account, dude? I've seen so many men try to reverse the bear versus man hypothetical to air out their petty grievances with women, only to inadvertently reveal what a different reality they live in, largely unaffected by the day-to-day precautions women must take for their own safety. I shouldn't have to say this, but being nagged or your ex-wife boinking your buddies is not comparable to being attacked by a bear. I think this comment is the perfect response to all the bear-splaining. Worst case scenario, the bear would just kill me. Choosing the bear over the man comes down to a very logical comparison of possible outcomes. The bear is an animal operating off of instinct. You've invaded its home, and if it responds with aggression, it's doing so to either defend or feed itself. A man, however, is capable of prolonged, excruciating, and degrading forms of torture, requiring a level of creativity and hatred that an animal simply could not comprehend. The man understands your screams for help, knows what he's doing is wrong, but continues anyways, not out of necessity, but pleasure. It's that situation that is so horrifying that women would choose being mauled to death by a bear to avoid it. Though what both men and women don't know is that it's actually the crystallized honey epidemic ravaging local bear populations that they should be worried about. As often happens in these situations, men have suddenly decided to elevate a concern that they seem to only be interested in when it serves to silence discussions of women's safety. That is, of course, male victims of female perpetrators. I accidentally tasted the marker. Alright guys, let's make a circle representing all men and a circle representing all women. Haha, boobs. I'm trying, guys. I'm really trying. Now let's make another circle in red representing, well, you get the idea. You see how a lot of that circle is on the men's side? Not all, because you can still believe and support male victims while acknowledging the basic reality that an overwhelming majority of people who commit this type of abuse are men. Isn't it crazy how you can care about both these things at the same time? For any man out there who has been victimized by a woman, I wish nothing but healing for you. But men and little boys aren't considered spoils of war for women to violate by the millions after achieving victory in a conflict instigated and carried out by women. There are no countries where little boys are habitually married off to aging women collecting young males for their harems. There are no places where men are advised to only travel with a female chaperone lest they be attacked in the night by dangerous women. There isn't legislation for digital cameras and smartphones to make an audible shutter noise when taking a picture because women just couldn't stop themselves from taking pictures down men's pants on public transportation. I am enthusiastically in support of any awareness raised for male victims that challenges the patriarchal demand that men stoically suffer their trauma in silence. Baby Reindeer is a recent piece of media that does an excellent job of this, but if you're someone who only mentions their experiences or the experiences of others to weaponize against women, I have to question your motivations. A lot of people have been saying that this hypothetical was only created to make men look bad and stoke unnecessary controversy, which is a convenient thing to believe if you are unaffected by the reality represented by the hypothetical. I'm sure back in the day when men would come home from work and their wives were yapping about having the right to vote, they would have preferred their steak dinner be uninterrupted by such divisive ideas. In response to realizing just how afraid women are of being attacked by men, men have done everything in their power over the past few weeks to reassure them that they made the right choice. For instance, drawing graphic images of women being torn apart by bears, posting videos of bears eating their prey, and joking about it being a woman instead. Making up scenarios where they're armed and capable of defending a woman from a bear, but choose not to punish her for being a feminist, using a clip of Pedro Pascal of all people. How dare you invoke his image in vain?
Slippery skin. This unknown entity has been spotted in many places, with recent sightings primarily in the forest. Further research has shown that slippery skin is likely to attack people who would rather encounter a bear than a man in the woods. To increase your chances of safety, we advise against expressing such preferences in near forested areas.
Your response to women saying that they would feel unsafe.
I'm shaking in my boots. I'm terrified.
Alone in the woods with a strange man was to make an AI-generated video of a monster that hunts them down. Wow, how very cool and normal of you. You definitely seem like the type of guy a woman would feel safe in the woods with.
What men are out there saying how much they want to be violent with women who pick the bear?
As it turns out, a lot of them. Here's some fun examples. In response to a woman saying she would choose the bear, thanks, I'm into so I'll to yours. Or this one that digs a real stinker out of the old 4chan lexicon. Boyd, when I am done with you, you will beg for the bear. I love how there is just a plethora of derogatory terms specifically for women, but incels still had to rub their greasy little noggins together to come up with a spicy new slur. But don't worry, ladies.
Unfortunately, I do like men. I wish I didn't, but I do.
I'll protect you.
Ew, not bi. I am bi. That's the thing, is like I like women too, and like what? How am I not bi if I like men and women?
I guess when it comes down to it, I'm just shocked that men disagree so strongly with women's answer to the bear versus man hypothetical, because from my perspective, men are constantly announcing to the world how dangerous they are. Last time I checked, women haven't been the ones to dominate directors' chairs in Hollywood, yet.
Ugh. What's that rad fem that suggests only women date women? That's like very like niche. Like women joke all the time about how like, oh, I'm gonna go lesbian because I hate men. But like there is no changing your sexuality, okay? At the end of the day, if you're sexually attracted to a gender, you're sexually attracted to them, okay? No matter how many hangups you have, no matter how scared you are of them, you're still sexually attracted to them. And yeah, that's just how it is. It's like even like girls may joke about how we want to drop men, bi girls or straight girls or whatever. But at the end of the day, they can't, because they still like men. They're still sexually attracted to men. I guess maybe if you're a lesbian, then I could understand. But if you are sexually attracted to men, you know, at the end of the day, no matter how much you talk shit about them, you can like, you still like men. It's like, you know, like it's the same is true on the opposite. Like there are so many misogynists who are sexually attracted to women. So many. Like I genuinely think that there are more straight misogynists than there are straight feminists. Which is crazy if you think about it. But also not crazy at the same time. Because it's like, it would make sense. It would make sense. I don't know, it's like, there are guys who have like so much disdain for women as a whole, and not in the aspect of they're like, oh, like women are scary. They're just more like women are trifling, right? They're like, women be lying and cheating, and they all are backstabbers. That's what they think. It's like, it's not the same. Like the slander against women is just not comparable to the manslander, because the manslander is like much more serious, right? Like you're being accused of things like the manslander is like men are accused of being, you know, violent, sexually violent, and then women are just accused of being annoying. You know, so it's really not the same.
Yet the media I've been fed my whole life has been full of dads with shotguns, repressed nerds committing crimes under the guise of harmless pranks, and suave protagonists forcing themselves on young girls. I thought we were all on the same page here. Try this fun social experiment. Tell a man in your life that you think Game of Thrones would have been better without the graphic violence. Watch him combust, insisting that the historical integrity of the show about dragons would be destroyed if he wasn't allowed to watch conventionally attractive actresses stripped and acts of brutality simulated on them from the comfort of his living room. As someone who has been playing video games since these were still popular, I've always been painfully aware of how men will do anything they can to make women feel unsafe in a space they feel belongs to them. It's a well-documented phenomenon that women—
I was playing Valorant the other day, like, and some guy was like, hey, are you a girl? And I didn't respond. And he kept asking me if I was a girl. I still didn't respond. And he was like, I'm guessing because you're not responding, you are a girl. And then he switched to saying really creepy sexual stuff. I muted him, but I'm sure he said more. But he immediately said, I'm going to come down your fucking throat. Just because he suspected me of being a woman. No confirmation. I don't even have a girly name. I was just playing a girl character.
Women who dare to impede on this territory are constantly subjected to dehumanizing threats.
Really weird.
Oh, be honest with me. Do you know what feels like?
Yep, there's the
No, I
Valorant.
don't actually.
Well, do you want to know?
Are you saying you're gonna me?
It's not if I like it.
And if you think this type of messaging is exclusive to entertainment, check out this video that recently resurfaced of what was proudly preached in a North Carolina church last summer.
You'll find more women going to have shorts on than you will with pants and dresses put together. I used to say this. You know, I haven't said this in a long time. You ready? I said, if you dress like that and you get raped, and I'm on the jury, he's going to go free. You don't like, do you? I'm right, though. Because, you know, a man's a man.
Well, that guy's going to hell. That was Bobby Leonard, and the fact that he was allowed to state from that pulpit what I can only describe as a confession without being dragged out the front doors by his starched collar is a condemnation on that entire congregation. So gentlemen, I guess it's our bad. Our bad for believing—
Yeah, next thing he's gonna say race mixing is a bad thing. Yeah, move along, Grandpa. Aren't you supposed to, like, die soon or something? Get the fuck off the podium.
You are what you say you are, and believing you'll do what you say you'll do. But you're going to have to choose. Either A, men are mindless creatures incapable of controlling their urges so they cannot be blamed for acting on them, or B, men are complex, rational human beings who must take responsibility for their actions. You cannot have both. We are all constantly bombarded with news of the terrible things that men do to women. Our society is obsessed with it, fetishizes it, yet women are expected to turn a blind eye? That is until, of course, something happens to you. Then you're interrogated, shamed for not knowing better, not taking the proper precautions. It's a classic catch-22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think the way we talk about gendered violence is completely wrong. We approach the issue as if the male population is neatly divided into good guys and bad guys, but that's not an accurate reflection.
I wouldn't say it's about discipline. I'd say it's about accountability. It's the lack of accountability. A lot of guys know that they can, you know, just blame it on, like, their penis. Like, they can just be like, sorry, like, my dick went boing and I lost my brain. Like, you can't fucking, like, I don't know, like, unfortunately, that is a really good defense to some people. They're like, yep, sometimes I get horny too. Like, but it's like, that's not what it is. Like, that's not how it works. And it's just shitty that men can hide behind that. Like, that argument. Like, men are just biologically more horny and can't control themselves. Like, they know that they can hide behind that because a lot of people genuinely think that that's true.
Of human behavior or society at all, is it? If we limit our perspective to isolated incidents, to bad apples, it allows men who don't participate in the most heinous crimes to get defensive, say, not I, and stop listening. But it isn't just men who don't attack women and men who do. It's men who don't attack women and men who don't see the harm in a little locker room talk at the office once in a while. I mean, come on, it's just how men are. It's men who have that one friend in their friend group who they know harasses women, but that's just Todd. You don't get it. That's just how Todd is. It's men who keep demanding a woman's phone number over and over and over again, even though she's already told him she's not interested. You see, if we view male violence as an integrated system where the action and inaction of the good guys fuels and shields the worst offenders, then that's something that every single man can participate in dismantling by calling out bad behavior, supporting victims, and leading by example. But if you're a man that just feels angry and personally attacked by the bear versus man hypothetical, instead of seeing it as an opportunity to be the type of man a woman would feel safe alone in a forest with, then you're probably not the good guy you think you are. Well, guys, this has been fun, and also excruciatingly hot, but I have to go back to the forest now. Goodbye!
That was a good one. Make sure to subscribe to Funky if you enjoyed that. I put the link here. Bad takes so bad. Huh? Can you explain instead of just saying bad takes? Like you can't just say bad takes and then not say what you thought was bad. I need to wash my hair so bad. It's so greasy. Oh my god. Like, look at this. Thin hair girl problems. True. So true. We can't smell you. It's not even dirty. It's like I washed my hair not today, or I think I washed my hair either yesterday or the day before yesterday. It must have been the day before yesterday. My hair doesn't start smelling bad until like a week after not washing it. That's when it starts smelling bad. I wash it every day because I work in a kitchen. It doesn't matter. It always looks greasy. Oh my gosh. When I used to work at Starbucks, I would always have syrup in my hair. I would always get syrup in my hair. How the fuck? So, you know how, like, have you ever had like a syrup pump? Like a syrup pump? When you pump the syrup, the liquid squirts at you sometimes, or it'll like squirt back at like up in the cup. Like it's from strong syrup pumps. But basically the syrup pumps get you all fucking covered in syrup. All right, chat. How do we feel about switching to Assassin's Creed? Unity? We're playing Origins. We're gonna switch to Assassin's Creed. Now the question is, should I blaze up first? Which one? We're doing Origins. We're gonna beat Origins. Yes, please. Okay. Well, I also want to put dry shampoo on my bangs because they're bothering me. The stuff works pretty well. Oh, my bangs are just bothering me in general. It's not just the greasiness, it's everything. Okay. Well, just had to make sure. Okay, so I'm gonna come back up with some stuff and then I'll be right back. Okay, just give me like 30 seconds, 60 seconds. I got my dirty ass bong. I think dude, I like my bangs better when they were greasy. Why am I like this? Why am I never happy with my bangs? I swear to God. It's like a mental illness. Why do you let chat bully you? Is chat bullying me? Who's bullying me? Chat made a comment about your hair. It's literally just me. It's just me. I'm the one commenting about my hair. Never mind. That's what I'm saying. It's just me. I'm bullying myself. Why am I like this? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of cute. I don't know, dude. I'm just... my bangs. I need to, like... I think I cut them wrong. It's, like, usually why I struggle like this. Because I'm, like... I cut them recently, and they're, like, kind of uneven. See, like, here, it's really long. Yeah. Alright. Cheers. Try to do a small one so that way I don't get too fucked up. Okay. Whee! Okay, we're opening up Origins. And I'm gonna change my... gamer grill. There we go. Take my time. Ah. That was loud. Normal level, right? Or should I do easy? Is this game hard? Chat, how difficult is this game? Just be normal. Can I change it? Oh, I can change it at any time. Okay, I'll change if it's hard. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It's been so long since I've played an Assassin's Creed game. So A little bit of backstory. I've only played one Assassin's Creed. I think it was Black Flag. I'm not totally sure about that, but I definitely played one of them once or something. Okay. We're like in the pyramids and shit. This is actually what historically happened. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? We're like in the pyramids and shit. Yeah, I know. I don't know what else to say. What do I say? And here we have a civilization in the ancient times. I don't know, dude. Scarabs in the mummy. Got a pharaoh. This guy is looking all... Oh, he looks mad. 1 year later, bent pyramid. Also, I was right about the pyramids and shit.
You are the Magi from Siwa. I thought Magi was supposed to protect the Pharaoh. I am Magi to no Pharaoh. You see this? I can read my own name, Nat! We will find you. We will find you in your sleep! Sleep? I never sleep. I just wait in the shadows, and I will kill you all! Everyone who sniffed the air that day in Siwa!
Oh, damn. That was cool. That went hard, that little speech.
You killed my master and left me for dead! That was a mistake! Your master was a murderer. I am his sworn bodyguard. It is a question of honor. I am the Magi of Siwa. Then you are a worthy opponent. You are weak, Magi. I am powerful. I would be proud to have fought the last Magi.
Why is this guy so fucking tall?
A broken weapon won't save you.
Is he like a
This
freak of
place
nature
will
or
serve
something?
as two to one of us. Let it be you. Let us call truce. You are not the one I swore to kill. Question of honor. It is a fight to the death. So be it.
Oh shit. Oof. I keep getting hit. Okay, wait, dude. Oh my god. I keep trying to do Wuthering Waves controls. I'm like pressing right click to try to dodge. Fuck.
Anubis awaits you.
Okay. Wouldn't I want to equip this though? What about this? I can carry.
Neck. No way out. No footholds here. I need to find a way into another room.
Looks like that over there. To break pots? Ho ho ho. Only the big pots. Not that pot. Why is there nothing in the pots? What the hell?
These scarabs must be coming from somewhere.
Pots are rigged. Ooh. My sword's glowing. Alt? I don't like that one. What the fuck? I gotta like tilt my keyboard for this game.
This must have been built centuries upon centuries ago. Forgive me, Great Amun. I have need of this.
I have need of it.
Up there. Light.
I wonder if I can change the controls. God, this guy's like Spider-Man.
This wall.
Egyptian Spider-Man.
Soldiers. Of course.
Let's get him. Huzzah!
Get him! Die! Lucifer! Watch out!
Fire! Is that you? It is an ambush!
You are telling me?
There's the Magi.
Kill him!
Kill his friend, and I'll take care of the Magi.
You are supposed to be dead. And you will...
Ooh.
That wind. Sandstorm coming. I see you have made new friends.
They were setting up an ambush. It's a good thing I came to welcome you, huh? Ah! It's been months. Look at that beard, huh?
It's been nearly a year, my friend.
Feels good to get out and fight. I am out of practice.
You have to work with a stinky security guard? Oh no.
Pain and death, or worse.
I've killed one of the mask once.
Hey, at least it's not as stinky as these ancient people. You know, ancient people probably were really stinky because no showers, no running water.
Rest?
No. No rest.
So it could be worse.
Not until all the masked ones' guts lie
worse.
baking in the sand.
God, I have missed you. Where is your mouth?
I bet you people as a whole got a lot less stinkier once running water became like a universal thing. Well, I guess it's not universal technically. Still, there are places that don't have running water, but most places have running water, I would say. Right? Where's my mount?
Ah, there you are, boy.
Vikings bathe more than other
How have you been holding up
apparently.
since I left?
Ah, it has been difficult, Bayek. Without you, the villagers look to me to keep order. But the soldiers have set up a garrison, and they rule over all.
A garrison in Siwa?
Ptolemy wants the entire region kept on the hill. I do my best to keep the villagers out of trouble. I could use your help.
I'll do what I can. But do not forget, I have my own justice to pursue.
Ah, I knew I could count on you, Senny.
I remember in Shogun, they were like grossed out by how little.
What happened here?
The garrison soldiers are brutal.
British
they suspect
guy
the villagers lying
was
to them. They
bathing.
burn his neighborhood. And
They were like, "Oh my god, ew, you stink. Take a bath." And he was like, "Oh no, I had one 2 weeks ago or something." I don't know. Yeah, John Blackthorne was stinky.
Whoa.
Welcome home, Bayek. Siwa has missed you.
Siwa, oh my god, like Jojo Siwa. Wow, I can't believe they named this place after Jojo Siwa. Karma's a bitch. I should've known better. If I had a
Villagers are drained of life.
No one in the Wyatt can make a move without being questioned, threatened, taxed, or beaten. We all have learned to obey and keep our heads down. You see how it is.
Let's not attract attention. Whoa.
Get out of the way! Oh, explain yourself. Oh, clear the way.
Get out of my way.
Move out of the road.
Move! Do it! Hold! Stay there. Hey, what are you doing?
When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the night twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with me right now.
Okay, cool. Get out of the way. Behold what becomes of those who disobey Medunamun, priest to the Pharaoh.
Dude, it's never not funny
Are you
seeing
going to go to your house?
NPCs get ran over or almost ran over.
Oh. Leave your mount. You will not stray far. Go ahead on me.
That's one of my favorite things about Assassin's Creed is just like pushing people over. So funny. Can even do it to him.
Rest, my friend. It has been a difficult day.
I have no interest in rest. I must prepare for this man.
Hepzibah! Hepzibah! Once again, the soldiers! Hayek!
Rabia! My Rabia!
I am worried about you.
Ah, you know me, eh? You should be worried. Ah.
Look at you. Cuts? Contusions?
I'm fine.
Sit. 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 I'll take care of it.
You haven't changed.
You and I've always patched you two up. Made excuses to your parents. Times have changed, but you, I can count on.
Slumbering Osiris. I thought you would never wake up.
Ah, Rabia patched me up and
I let you sleep. You need to be alert to tangle with Medunamun. In fact, my friend.
A new bow?
See if you like it.
Ooh. Okay.
Best bow to hit is right in the head. One of the dummies is sturdier than the other. More arrows in the rack over there.
I like this. That's really satisfying, the way you shoot the bow.
Hepzibah!
What is it?
Soldiers are coming for you!
Go. Come, quickly.
Exult and no one gets out of the house alive.
Hepzibah! We're just here to talk! Nomarch Rudjek's been killed. Your friend, the Magi, may have been involved. Come out, if you wish to clear his name.
The plants we're sitting in look really familiar.
Prepare an ambush.
Neck! They will find my letters and burn down my place.
Why can't I crouch?
I'll be executed.
Don't worry. I will take care of this.
Crouch.
Watch out!
Oh.
What's that? Who's there?
Keep low. He is getting too close. Hey!
When the bar is yellow, you have a small window of time to eliminate them before they attack you. Take down.
Now for the rest of them.
Okay, alright, cool. Yeah, let's go. You lead the way. Yeah, you lead the way.
Eyes open, steady on. Are you here? We just...
Wait a minute. Who's going to be surprised?
Oh, you can loot them. Alright, I have to lead the way? Okay.
Anyone coming to the north?
Hey now.
Alright, I've got this. It's easy.
Feel we're not alone?
So do some of them just not drop loot? Oh. Just takes a little while, I guess.
Hey!
Yes, come to the bush.
Hey now.
That does it.
Thank you, Bayek. I told you these Nekatiadids do not care.
I cannot believe their gall.
It is sad. Come upstairs. I will show you all the Magi duties of Siwa. All the problems of Siwa are here. I try to help everyone, but it is more than I can do.
So you are telling me you do not have the powers of a god?
But the real problem is that man you want to kill. Majunimon. The people were hopeful when he first arrived. Surely things would improve. We soon learned the truth, actually.
I fear for the safety of your family, priest. I will move them to a more secure area.
That is the man you're up against.
I will find him and kill him.
Majunimon is a lot more powerful than he looks. And he is surrounded by the finest soldiers.
I do not care.
You'll be killed. You need to get tougher if you want to murder that spindly shit. For sure, you'll need better armor.
I can make that myself.
Weapons are more difficult. The soldiers took everything
Oh,
in the
Potato,
village.
hello.
I will talk to the blacksmith.
Yes,
You too.
Benipe can certainly make something for you. Or Senu can help you find what you need.
Senu? Senu is alive.
This is my
Look
first
who's
time
coming.
playing this game.
Senu, old girl. In fine form.
Rabia has nursed her to health.
I must thank her.
The people are desperate for your help, Bayek.
It's really fun.
They'll help you if you help them.
I understand.
Dude, I love the fact that I can just hide in the bush and just whistle and then press F to take them down. That's awesome. I love that. I love the stealth stuff. It's like easy. It's not too difficult. I remember, what game was I playing that I played like one of the Far Cries and I was so upset about how difficult it was. But this is so much easier. I think it was Far Cry 4. It was the Far Cry with the religious cultists.
I need to hunt for leather.
Oh, we're gonna hunt. Oh my god.
There are some requests on my table if you want to help.
Teramun. Not like him to give up. The freshwater spring in the Amanai cave.
Oh, I
know
can
that
only
cave.
accept one.
Better look into it.
Splinter Cell stealth. I don't know. I haven't played Splinter Cell. So, it basically the way that it works is you just like go like this in the bushes, and then you whistle, and then they come to you, and then you press F, and then it does like a takedown animation. But yeah, you're like hidden when you're in the bushes like this. Like when I'm all lit up. Oh, I got the map. Wait. How do I move it around? Oh. If I want to go hunting, probably go outside of the village. Or maybe the golden question mark. See, I don't know where to go. I don't know. It's the first time it's finally letting me run around freely. Like with the map and everything. Oh, it's Far Cry 5 that I was talking about. Far Cry 5 was difficult. I was like stressed.
Our Magi has returned.
Is that who I think it is?
Camel.
Whoa.
Your bird Senu is for hunting. He marks animals and enemies from the sky. Oh, okay, thank you.
Whoa.
Is that Senu?
Whoa.
I was wondering when the music was gonna start. Oh my god, there is music in this game.
Whoa. Yeah.
Oh, I got through here.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa.
Answer me, Chenzira!
Oh, it's a kid.
Fenuku, it is dangerous here. Get on home.
Bayek, you're back?
Where is Chenzira?
He wanted to see the skulls in the hyena den, but the hyenas came back. I ran this way. Chenzira ran over by the tomb.
You are lucky the hyenas didn't chase you. Go back to the village. I will find your brother.
Silly kids.
What?
Do I have to tell my parents?
Chenzira got you into this. He will have to talk to them. Now go ahead.
Go save this kid. Oh my god, I can't see. Thank you for the help. Oh my god. Ooh, okay, okay. I got this. Never mind. It looks like a dead end. Oh, fuck. What's this? It's just loot. Location objectives. Find the ancient tablet. Start punching things. I mean, maybe I should go around. The scarable? Oh, yeah.
Chenzira, stay there. I'm coming to get you.
How did that kid get there? How? I was thinking to myself, like, if the kid ran in, there's no way it's behind like a wall or something. How did that kid get there? Okay. I don't think this kid knows how to open this door. I just gotta go around, huh? God, I just hate pots so much. Okay. Oh. Can I light this on fire? Oh. I guess I can.
How did Chenzira get through here?
Dude, that's what I was saying. Bro, the cobwebs and everything. Is this kid magical?
Chenzira, are you all right?
I can't believe you are back.
You should not be in here.
I'm hiding from hyenas.
Fenuku told me about that. It is not enough to get yourself in trouble. Now you put your little brother in danger?
But it's with Hemu gone.
All right, I understand. Let's get you out of here.
Look at that. What is it?
I would like to know myself. Must be very old.
Someday I'll
Which way did you get in?
that way. But that's where the hyenas are.
Oh.
I wanted.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Bayek, I want to tell you, well,
What is it, Chancellor?
it's my fault about him. They asked where you were, and I didn't think it would hurt anybody if I told them.
Chancellor, don't feel bad. You had no way of knowing what they would do. Anyone would have done the same thing in your place.
I guess.
Yeah, that's right. You should apologize for snitching, little kid.
Keep close.
Should we go this way? I hear the dogs. I'm gonna get him.
Hyena! Sentinel! Hide!
They're still here!
Oh, I'm accidentally hurting the cheetah.
It is safe now. You better get home.
Bayek, can I ask you something?
Go on.
Could I be a mecha like you one day?
Well, you can start by looking out for your brother and not taking him to dangerous places.
I promise!
Now get back home. Ah!
Not me holding shift, trying to run. Shift is blocking in this game. I'm like over here like... I discovered home. Dude, we gotta switch the alt button to something else. Oh, fuck. Can I change it? Is there no changing it? No, please. These controls are crazy. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, yes. Wait. Yeah, let's do R. Oh, wait, no. That's a smoke screen. Shit. Maybe, let's see. We'll change it to Z. Wait, I don't want it to be Z. Ugh. Hold on, sorry. I want it to be... X would be better. Wait, so there's auto run? Oh my god. Okay, and then... Sorry. Oh yeah, because the space bar is the dodge button.
Move! Dude, if we're innocent!
I could connect a controller. Do you guys recommend doing that? I mean, I could do that. I do have a controller I could connect. I'm just usually a keyboard mouse player.
Bayek! I'm Magi. You're back.
By the gods, Amun and
What happened to your blacksmith shop?
Those naked yadet soldiers. Ptolemy's captain
I just
saw
didn't
me
think
making
about
a
connecting
sword
a controller.
and accused me of being a rebel.
He was not wrong.
They confiscated my tools.
Ah, bastards. All of Siwa needs a blacksmith. Even me.
I cannot help you, Bayek. Not until I get my hammer and tongs back. And I have to get that ugly-ass Apap captain off my ass.
Is this captain with the tools somewhere I can find him?
At the foot of the hills west of here. Camp Shetje.
I will get those tools back, and I will take care of the captain. Benibe said the tools are in Camp Shetje. And the captain who is behind this is in Camp Shetje as well.
Why is the world map unavailable? Oh. Okay, it was only for that brief amount of time. Yeah, I think the controls are a little crazy. Like, the fact that I dodge with spacebar.
Be careful, Bayek! He was not like you want. Shem enenisu. Nachtehit aan weg.
Halt! Hang on. An end has come for you. Give up! Got you.
Dude, I'm trying to get used to the controls. Oh no! Why did I break into this place?
Tired of living, horse son?
He's called me a whore son.
Shut up, you will not escape. Hey!
Use your bird to scout enemy strongholds to find the best route and have the enemies marked. Oh. Chat. I'm so hungry. Press V to become Senu? What do you mean become Senu? It's only letting me. Oh! What? Wow. Oh my god. Hey birdie. That's so cool. This game is so cool. How come I've never heard anybody tell me to play this game before? Kind of sounded like Doodle Bob for a second.
Hey, you! Stop! Gods will not forgive you.
Oh. Damn it. Oh my god, I got caught.
Drop it.
I should have just jumped up right next to him. I tried to do the mark thing. But some of them like walk around.
First.
This place is heavily guarded.
Get me out of here! Hey, what the... Is anyone there? If I wasn't a priest, I'd bash in all your skulls. Hey! If someone's there, let me out and fight me. Is someone there? Damn you all.
Did you say let me out and fight me?
Are you alright?
There are other priests taken. 4 of them.
Stay hidden until you can slip out of the temple.
Hey, what? You will pay!
It didn't work! Bro. I can't fight them all, can I? They're all gonna aggro me. Damn.
Easy, peasants! Make yourselves useful!
Maybe I should try it on controller. You level up your gear and abilities. Oh. True. True. Maybe I should do quests that aren't so difficult. Why am I even trying to go in here? Like, what am I doing? What am I even doing? I don't know.
Yes!
Who put that tree there?
Rabia!
Bayek! It does my heart good to have you again.
You nursed Senu back to health. I never expected to see her again.
She is a tough old bird.
Like you, eh?
Bayek.
Epsifa tells me you are healing the villagers as best you can. It would give me much pleasure to help you.
That is kind of you.
Is there like a subtitle?
The soldiers are brutes. Almost every villager has cuts, bruises,
Answered my
broken
question.
bones. To help them, I put together a makeshift perronk in the old ruined temple. Friends bring me medicine from Yamu, but now the soldiers stop everyone entering the village and steal their goods. So, we tried to bring medicine on a boat instead.
And the soldiers stopped that also.
They sank the last shipment. The medicine jars are scattered across the bottom of the lake.
I will get them for you.
Thank you, Bayek. Bring it to the old temple. I must go there now.
Be anywhere in this lake. Senu can help me.
Dude. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's just time for me to swim.
Rabia's waiting for these jars.
Oh no, there's underwater levels.
What has happened? Why aren't the patients in the temple ruins?
The soldiers threw us out. Even though I paid the Nomarch to allow me to use the temple, every few weeks soldiers come to take our medicine and food stocks. Always the same soldiers. They call it a tribute. A tax for the Pharaoh's royal army. We barely have what's needed to take care of the poor souls that need our help.
Vultures. Don't worry, Rabia. I will make certain they don't bother you anymore.
Be careful, Bayek.
Hey, watch my back.
Really?
Won't survive. Hey, now. Hey, you're finished. That'll cost you. Die, die! Hey, wait! Die then! I'll kill you! Hey, why are you here? Show yourself. And we'll finish this. Aha! There!
Bayek! Did you succeed?
The temple is yours now. Those soldiers won't bother you again.
All my patients thank you.
It's full of dead bodies
I almost
now.
forgot to give you your medicines from the sunken boat.
Oh wait, no, they're not dead. They're just passed out. Or
In all the excitement, I forgot about them myself.
The oasis of Siwa is lucky to have you, Rabia.
Promise me you will not become consumed with your vengeance, Bayek.
I think of nothing else. By the grace of Amun, one day I will be free of it.
this is so fun, dude. I fucking love this game. How do I upgrade this shit? Okay, so we're getting the XP bonus for assassination. And then the assassination loot, which automatically loots enemies after assassinating them. Oh, this is cool. Hunter's Instinct. While in hover mode with Senu, mark a civilian, enemy, or animal to see the path they're currently taking. Oh, there's better shields, yeah. And all the other stuff. Outfit. Desert Cobra.
Tío, ¿qué?
So is there fast traveling? It's not available, it says.
Move! Move! Whoa! Move! What do you think you're doing? Wait a sec.
Sorry, the dono thing is kind of late for me. Juicy J, thank you so much for the $100 dono. Oh my gosh. Wow, thank you. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Halt! Hey now! There is no escape!
No, I went the wrong way. You have to believe me, it's an honest mistake, sir. I swear I wasn't trying to break in and kill the guards. But I might do that later. Okay. Bit of a mix-up. We're gonna go the right way this time.
Move!
You move. Bitch. Wait, am I still going the right way? I think I'm going the right way.
Bayek, take care! Siwa is a dangerous place.
Hey ya, hey ya. Yeah.
Whoa.
Wait, this is the temple? Oh, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to do this one because it seems hard.
I need to hunt for leather. Whoa.
I haven't been able to find a single animal to hunt. Oh, here's one. Here's a couple. All right, we're gonna do it. I messed up. I messed up real bad. Oh, I got that one. I got one. Oh wait, I got two? How did I kill that? I didn't even like hold the button. Open the gear page. To upgrade. Press.
This will work perfectly.
Oh, Senu kills for you? Oh my gosh. Oh wait, this isn't the temple one. It says, oh, they're being held hostage behind the temple. I'm like level 5, so this should be easy for me. This is a level 2 quest. So if this is hard, I'll be damned.
They will attack on sight here. Hey!
Oh no.
Death!
Let us out!
Quickly, go! Where is Terramoon? Ah, dear Moon. He has died from his wounds. His family will want to bury him properly.
Damn it. I can't put him on my mount. Oh, yeah, I can. Woo! Dead body on my mount. Yeah.
Behold what becomes of those who disobey Medunamun, priest to the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Take them down to Terramoon's farm. Oh. I bring sad news. Where is Issa?
She lies here, with her son and daughter.
The entire family?
Sadly, I see Terramoon also paid the price for his recklessness. I warned him that his rebelliousness would bring torment and suffering.
But what happened?
They saw the soldiers coming and hid in the cellar. But the soldiers burnt the house to the ground to teach everyone a lesson.
I'm sorry.
Put the body down there. They will journey to the Duat together. So many deaths in the Wahat. We cannot give them a proper burial.
It is not your rebelliousness that got you killed, Seni. It is Ptolemy's sick regime. He is a bad pharaoh.
You will find more than he had here.
Oh, I'm level 4. I thought I was level 5 for some reason. Okay, you know what, chat? I think I'm gonna go get food now because I'm starving, and if I don't go now, then everything's gonna be closed. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow, most likely. Gonna do the thing again where I do some reacts and just chatting at the beginning of stream, and then we're gonna continue this game at the end portion. So yeah, I'll see you again around this time tomorrow. I know, I'm sorry. I'll be back, I promise. I won't abandon you for a really long time like I did earlier. Have a great night. You too. I know I just recently abandoned you, but I promise I won't do it again, is what I'm saying. I had a very good reason, and I'm not going to tell you. I just, you know, needed some time off. Alright. So, yeah, I'm gonna see you all next time. Gonna miss you guys. But until next time. I'm gonna raid Karner. Goodbye, everybody. Be kind to yourselves and others, and drink water and stuff.